Wednesday. Yo. What's up, Tesla? Hope you're doing well. So, I should go over and show you first. So, I finished. What was I working on? The electromagnetic control rod factory. So, I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. So, this is as fast as I can fly. Well, we'll just take a minute. But today we are working on crystal oscillators, radio control units, and pressure conversion cubes are all going to be in one factory. 2 meter Matt, how you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. It's going pretty well. I just got started, so I forgot that I flew far away from what I last finished, so I'm going to show that off real quick. And then I'll get started on the new factory, even though it's like halfway built already. So the mod for flying would be a lot faster, but I haven't downloaded any mods. I'm just using the advanced game settings. So this is my... Which one's which? Oh yeah, the big A is the aluminum factory. Get started on a half-finished factory? Yeah, absolutely. So this bad boy is taking in the 5,000 bauxite from all of the red forest and jungle and turning them into ingots. And that's it. And then I figured I would get rid of the water by making concrete. And so since the concrete and the ingots were here, I decided to just make this my heavy modular frame and fused modular frame factory. And I'm still pretty happy that I just didn't use windows on these top floors, just because the windows aren't nearly as see-through as I would like. Let's see. Oh yeah, these are just random train stations. So this is the... What did I say? Electromagnetic control rod. I don't know why I always forget the name of these things. So I'm making 140, or at least it should be. I guess we could see if it's actually running. So I had some fun with the lighting, although on this floor I pretty much just added a few lights in the middle and left it mostly all windows, but looks like all the machines... Oh man. Of course one turned yellow. Oh, AA limiters. I'm still short on AA limiters. I thought I fixed this issue, but nope. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that could be the issue. Hey, I'm glad I came over here. Wait, these only need to be Mark III. Alright, well that should work itself out. Alright, so this one's the top floor, and we've got our... I don't even remember which one's which. Alright, so this one's bringing in batteries. This one... Oh yeah. So since this is just control rods, and they're really only going to two places, there's the space parts, and the most of them are going to go to my eventual nuclear plant. So I just separated them just to make sure that the... Oh, that's right. I put the hypertube up here. The nuclear plant always gets fed first. Because once I start relying on that power, I really just don't want it to turn off. So this floor, I had a lot more fun with the lumen. Probably added a few too many lights. Eventually, this is probably not going to go well for my world if I keep doing this. But I thought it looked cool. Oh yeah, I think I added this to get my hands out of the way. So I find this really interesting. The reflection on polished concrete is a lot in like normal video setting, non-lumen. There we go. But if we turn on lumen, they have way less of a reflection for everything. They still reflect the light, but it's like way, way less. And I had to add so many signs in here for it to be this lit up in Lumen, and it's still so much darker than regular. I like it. Oh, not advanced. There we go. But it's definitely hard to play with on all the time. And I'm sure my computer doesn't like absolutely love it. Yeah, I thought that the reflections would be even more, but it's way more without Lumen, which is really weird to me. But yeah, so this was the most recent project. Really, I'm getting all the pieces ready to do decent sized. I'm not trying to do max nuclear, but it is going to make a lot. I think I'm going to use a little over half. I like these spirals for trains. They're fun. It's way too long of a train because I thought it was going way farther, and it ended up not really being the farthest train route, as a whole bunch of mine are. So I probably could have condensed that and had less carts, but it's way easier to have more carts, because if my game ever starts to lag, I've noticed that that's actually one of the things that gets affected is trains don't run as fast anymore once your game really gets up there and chugging, and so the throughput that you're counting on isn't the same anymore. So a lot of my trains are probably a little bit too big, but I'm hoping that when I think my world is up to like 13 megabytes, so eventually it's going to start not performing great. I like big trains, and I cannot lie also. So I think, is that bauxite? I think that is. I think this bauxite that's in the center of the map is the only bauxite. Yeah, it is. I really kind of hate the fog with the swamp. Actually, I just kind of dislike the swamp, and that was partially why I've been building these factories off stream, just because at this height, I think the colors and everything of the swamp are nice. But then you drop down to like into the actual swamp, and everything just becomes black, white, and gray. And I don't like it. Like, I think it's cool as an idea, but then, excuse me, building factories out here is just kind of, because I think once I get down to, yeah, down into here, all the color disappears. You can't really tell that they're orange, or especially at night. It's like, oh, that's purple. At night, all the colors disappear. Newest save is an attempt to do more realistic freight trains, similar to what we see here in Canada and US. 6 locos, 100 cars. That is a bit too much. Holy cow. That would be really cool looking, though. I'm not going to lie. That would be pretty awesome. But yeah, what is it, like 4 cars to 1 freight train is usually the ratio I think people go with. So I ran some numbers and realized that my huge bauxite factory actually was going to end up being like 300 or 400 aluminum ingots short, I think, for the entire save, which was a bummer. So I just grabbed all of the bauxite in the swamp. So, you know, I was short 300 or 400, so I made an extra 2,500 or something. 'Cause that's how this game works. Still haven't figured out how I want to put a roof on that thing, but yeah, these are kind of a project tied together. So with the excess water, I'm pumping that, or I'm not pumping, it just gets the fall. So the excess water, the aluminum ingots, and then the copper get fed along this fun bus, to this factory, which is what we're working on. And so that's how I'm getting rid of the excess water, is the pure quartz and pure caterium for the most part. And then I have some sinks getting rid of it. So it should be more or less working, but I have a feeling it's not. And I'm going to have to tinker with this a lot because I think I probably should have set this up differently. But part of it is I started this project like weeks ago, and now thankfully I've left these numbers for myself, or else I would really, I should have made bigger signs. So at least this shouldn't be too bad. I got my drones set up because I think, what did we need? So we've got plastic, fuse modular frames, and then I think these are going to be for outgoing crystal oscillators, the pressure conversion cubes, and this one's bringing in the batteries for them all. And then this one is just going around the corner to bring in the, how much rubber? Like 1,000 rubber that I needed. So I think I've got it set to where I've got all the materials. Now I just have to build the rest of the machines, which actually aren't as many as I thought. And so, oh, I take it back. I need 30 manufacturers. Ah, shit. And the 8 for the radio control units. Oh no. All right, so I take it back. This actually does have a few. But I think the way that I've set up most of this, it would be easier to do the end products on that end. So what do we need to get started with? Let's make some blueprints. I think I'm going to utilize the logistics floor here. So I wonder, can I just edit one of the other ones that I've made? Because I have so many blueprints. All right, so I need an assembler. What does this one look like? Oh, there we go. That's pretty close. There we go. That'll work with this foundation. Now I just have to figure out if these are the right directions. Probably not. All right, so you're that high. All right. So I think it'd be easiest if I have them feeding this way. Actually, which way do I want to orient these? Should I do rows that way? How do I want to do this? So, because I'm cheating in as many power shards as I want, I'm just overclocking everything to max, which means that I only need 3 assemblers for the casing, 14 for the quick wire, 3,000 quick wire. And then 3.04. Damn it. Just more than 3. So I need 4 assemblers for circuit boards, 4 assemblers for the computers, and then 12. Because it's so... Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Working and lurking. Hey, I appreciate the lurk. Good luck with work. Hopefully it's not too awful. So would I prefer to do these in their own like little rooms? Because some of these use so little. Like I can't make a full row or anything. So maybe I try to make this like a factory that has its own little rooms for each thing. That might be fun. So if I did that, this is where I find out if this is big enough at all. So if I make them all different rooms, then I'm going to cut down my usable space a lot. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think 30 manufacturers would fit with all these assemblers anyways. I'm probably going to have to do another floor. Unless I wanted to make this floor weirdly shaped and huge. And I change the color of the concrete. Oh well. Alright, so let's just outline the whole thing. Now this is just going to be in an awkward spot, but that's okay. Alright, so if we did that, then we should do rows this way and kind of break them into rooms. So yeah, this is just going to have to get moved, I think. Alright, let's throw this down over here for now. And actually, let's rotate it. Let's hope. Let's see. Let's try to make this as simple on my little brain as possible. Which one did I use? I don't think it matters. These are probably all the same, aren't they? No, they're not. Oh, I forgot. That factory set up way different. So no, none of those ones. Where's the? Here we go. Nope. So let's just actually wait a second. No, this is the right way. I should have them. I just keep picking every different assembler that I have saved, don't I? Where's? Yeah, I made way too many blueprints. And I use it for like one factory, and then I use them every once in a while. Okay. So I think I want the inputs on this side so that the outputs keep flowing that way, because I think it'll get more complex as we move this way, is the plan. Although I think it's really just... Oh yeah, no, that does make sense, because the circuit boards will need the quick wire. And then... Oh. Hey. Oh boy. So on my spreadsheet, I like rearranged them by type of the building. But that doesn't I mean, I guess it still works. It just makes the logistics more complicated, because things are gonna have to move all over. Because like to make the radio control units, I need computers. But the computer recipe I'm using is just the crystal computers, so I actually need to make the crystal oscillators first, which need the manufacturer. But I gave myself a lot of space. It'll just be a fun spaghetti nightmare. That's fine. Okay, so let's go with the first one would be let me highlight this. Okay, so the first ones are going to be select recipe, aluminum casings, and wow, that really didn't change much, but that's okay. So related. Well, I need to make X. Oh, but first I need to make W. Yeah. Yep. The worst is when you actually plan things out, but then you forget one step. I did that in a factory, and it it doubled the amount of iron that I thought I needed just because I forgot to add in like one cell. And it was just like, oh, why didn't this make sense to me? I was like, wow, I can make all of this with so little iron and coal. This is so cool. And it was like, oh, I forgot to add in steel pipes or something. I'm like, ah. Oh. I need 4,000, not 2,000. This is annoying. Yeah. Yep. The joys of it being complex. But I guess that's really what makes it fun, so. Let's see. So does this, where's this one gonna go? Oh, wow. Let's go down there. Oh, I deleted the wrong one. That one is the one that left. Alright, so let's just get these turned around. Is Mark 1 gonna be enough? Oh, definitely not. Let's just we're just gonna make them both Mark 4. That way I don't have to figure out which one's which. Yep, feeding in from this way. Lock that there. Alright, so this will at least keep it close to the ceiling to hopefully keep it as clean as possible until the end where I have no choice but to make things spaghetti. That's the goal. Alright, so I think that's everything. That's such a random amount to make. But, ooh, I didn't realize that. That works out really nice. 375, because I think one of my belts is 750. Oh, yeah. Yeah, at least this little room works out nice. Okay, so let's rename this. Let's just say radio control units. What am I making? Aluminum casings. Just add more blueprints. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna keep the orientation the same, and we'll just make this the fused quick wire. So, we can just do Mark 2 for these. And 225, so Mark 3. Oh. I forgot that little guy in this blueprint when I edited the last one. That's so funny. I've added a bunch of wall mounts that do absolutely nothing. Whoops. That's actually really funny. It's a good way to just uselessly get to that object limit. Add random things to a blueprint. Don't even know we're there. Okay, so do I want the merger? I guess I didn't even check this in the other one. Yeah, I think it'd be easy so everything flows that way. Give me more room. Wait, what am I making here? Oh, quick wire. Let's make you can be bright yellow. Why not? All right, so just like I planned, exactly. Why did it? Huh. Is that really... Did I just make double of that one blueprint somehow? No. That was just a graphics thing. Okay. So if this is how I'm going to set those up. Let's give myself one space. Oh, how much space do I want to give myself? Yeah, we'll have them not right up against the wall. So I think if I add 2, is that the right height? No, it's, let's just try. I can't remember. And do I have, oh yeah, here's a hotbar that I have no clue what all these machines are. Oh, that is the right height. Okay. All right, so find, and I wish the assembler wasn't like such a weird, like I wish the middle was actually the middle instead of having to pick which side I want. I guess it's just because it's an odd length in meters. That's probably what it is, right? So then if we patch this up, which are probably all the wrong color. Yep. Yeah, now I'm kind of curious. Is that why? How long are you? 15. That's why. Okay. Just give me more even numbers, Coffee Stain. I want things to be even. Alright, so now if we switch to blueprint, let's just nudge it over. Yeah, give him plenty of space. So how many? Odd numbers? Yeah, exactly. So how many did I needed? Oh, just 3. Okay. All right, so that would be 1 room. Maybe, let's see, what would be a good material for the rooms versus the walkway? Maybe some grit metal. I use concrete for absolutely everything in my world so far. It feels like, I feel like I should switch it up and use metal more. Concrete's just so easy to work with. Okay, so I would need to give it, oh, no, fix it, grip metal. So that would make it all even. And then, well, maybe I don't want to. Well, at least the front would probably be windows. Except for a door somewhere. But the sides, yeah, the sides would probably be a normal wall. Although, I don't have to use walls. I could use pillars for walls. That might be cooler. Mainly just because, just kind of, I wish we had more wall options. I think that's what it is. I just get kind of tired of the normal wall options that we have. Let's see. Would I want this to stick out or be flush? Probably stick out. I think it would look better if it covered it. Yeah. So if we made walls out of, and I wish I could actually, I haven't checked this in a long time. Can I change these yet? No. Nope. Damn. All right. Well, I hope that that gets changed again. I really liked being able to paint concrete pillars. So is this how we want to do it? We could add some lights in each room. That might be cool. All right, let's make sure that works down here. All right, so I think, yeah, I think I like that. It always looks like I have so much space underneath here until I add all the machines, and then holy shit, there's no space. Yeah, we used to be able to. I think it's just broken in update 8 where you can't color them now, but I would assume that's something that they'll bring back because I don't know. I don't know why they would take it away. I think that is like inconvenient because I would really like to paint some things, but I can always go back and paint them. The one that really irks me, which I think you're in update 8 also, so you might have noticed this, is if you use the double wall hole, in the past, if I took a wire and connected it, it would default to either the power pole or it would default to the normal wall outlet, but it doesn't now. It defaults to another double, so you can only place it on another wall. It won't let you place it on the top of a foundation anymore because it's trying to place the double and those don't fit there. And then if I hold E, I can't switch to any of the wall mounts. It'll only let me get these. And so it's just, it's the one thing that irks me, because then I have to manually go and grab a wall mount and get that first connection. And then it'll keep putting wall mounts. But like, and I think it's the same thing as if you place like this one isn't as big of a deal, but if I place like one Mark III, chances are I don't want every rest of them to be Mark III, but that's what it's going to do. It's going to build a second Mark III instead of defaulting back to Mark I like it used to. But this one, like if I'm dragging that out, at least I can change it back easily, so it's not as bad. But yeah, the fact that the wall outlet and the like, why, yeah, I don't know, it's weird and I don't get it, and it's tripped me up so many times. Like, why can't I place a wall mount? It's one of those things that takes you like an hour to figure out a frustration, and then you're like, oh, I get it. It's stupid, but I get it. At least I understand how it works now. Okay, so this took up 8 spaces because I gave it that extra one. So that means this next room I could fit. So I could fit 8 in here, which is perfect. Is it? Wait. No. Damn it. It's not perfect. I need... Oh, I need 14? Oh, so I guess I probably should have redone this. So 14... Wait, there's no way I'm gonna... I can't fit 14 in one row. Bummer. Well, I guess I could just have... We could just do 7 and then 7 facing each other. I haven't done that in a while, so that would be to there. Nothing else is going to fit, so I might as well just make this... We'll make that a window or something. Oh, wait. So it'd be actually to there. Yeah. Okay, so I think counting with Moo. How did we do? Let's change all of these. I think it's funny that there's certain things that will just like tank my frame rate, and for whatever reason using the customizer to change foundations just feels like it makes the game really choppy. It's kind of funny. Don't quite understand, but hey, at least it's not crashing my game like it did in update 7. If I tried to use the filter hotkey and the customizer, man, it would just crash my game. Okay, so with the fuse quick wire, I want this one to be that way, but then I'm gonna need... My brain is too small. We're just gonna do this Oh yeah, what am I thinking? I just need to swap these two. Or swap everything. Yeah. I don't need to spin this whole thing around. Alright, so you're 2 meters? No, you're 3 meters off the ground. And you were 5? That's right, they're 2 meters. It's like everything is either 2 or 4 meters tall, but I forget. Wait, that's the exact same place. I need to flip it around. Wait, is it? Now I'm confusing myself. Yeah, I need him to feed the other way. That's right. Okay. Alright, so this one also feeds this way. And let's replace the lifts because they're not actually connected. Okay. Oh, and before I forget, I should swap you also. So you also need to go same direction. Yeah. All right. So V2. Even more factories. If you couldn't tell, I really like blueprinting all of the machines. All right, so we get rid of these. Oh, but now they're facing. Whatever. That'll just be a fun logistics challenge. That's for future me to worry about. Alright, so not blueprint mode. So if this one is gonna go here, let's get that line to put those ones. And it's centered. Cool. So how much of a gap do I want to leave with this one? Do I want... I think I might just leave like a walking path down the middle. Whoa. I didn't think blueprints would snap. That's weird. So that means like the lift isn't really like even considered part of the blueprint. Or like only half of it is? That's really strange. I wouldn't think they would snap that close together. Usually it's really annoying in the opposite direction where it's like there's a gap the other way. Okay, so this ends like right in the middle, and so that would be even. So that would be... Well, let's just see what it looks like. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see. How much of a nightmare am I going to create for myself doing this? All right. Wait. I'm so dumb. Wait, did I really just like not flip? Oh, wait. Yep, no, I'm dumb. I know what I did here. I used the same exact blueprint instead of V2. Now, yes, these are facing the correct way. Okay. I really thought I just like resaved it in the same orientation. All right, so technically they could share a merger. Or wait a second, this is making quick wire. Never mind. It's easier if I leave the mergers separate because only 3 machines can get put on one belt, which is kind of annoying. So yeah, we'll leave it like that. Oh, that good old like 30-second autosave. So I don't even know. It's getting up there though. All right, so I think that'll work. So let's just patch this up. And save that one. Okay, so this side is the regular one. Man, I love the nudge tool. Although I would just lay like a beam on the ground to get them their own like 2-meter spot, so I could just, or 2 foundations. But now I don't have to do that because this is just so much easier. Snap, there we go. And of course, I was kind of wondering when I was going to run out. I should probably just be smart, so I need 1 more of these and 6 more of that one. Oh. I'm actually kind of surprised that's all I need. But I'm going to need more, so let's just order some more up here. What else am I short on? Let's just do this. That's plenty of quick wire. Plenty of those. That's good. I know that won't be enough aluminum sheets once I actually start belting this, so let's just get our Amazon deliveries going now. That's probably not going to be enough iron rods if I end up making railings or whatchamacallit. Let's see. What about this side? Oh yeah, I probably forgot. Sometimes I forget to turn the drones off, and then all of a sudden I've brought way too many things over here. I don't think I need more copper sheets. Probably need more. I'll need more silica for the windows. And you know what? We'll just order up more quartz now. And now we turn them all off, so they only do 1 delivery. Where are they? Thought they'd be here right now. Oh, there they go. Let's turn off you and you. Perfect. So now bring me goodies. Oh, and now it's nighttime, and the swamp sucks. It's so dark. But it's like if you just get up to a certain height, then all of a sudden it's fairly lit up. Cool. So I did get the spacing right. I can count past 10. Hooray. Alright, so let's go with version 2. So that's the first two done. Let me mark those off. So that's aluminum casing and the quick wire. So the next, let's see, 3 more recipes for assemblers. Ooh. Oh, I keep looking at the wrong number. Man, why do I do this to myself? So I need 4 for the circuit boards, 4 for the computers, and then 12 for the AI limiters. So how do I want to lay this out? Let's see, I need, I have created an odd shape, haven't I? How do I... now it's time to start Tetrising things. All right, so 4, 4, and 12. Well, let's mark out some of... Let's use coated concrete for the path. Do I want to use black? We'll use white for the contrast. Coated. So let's go... They do not look very white. I forgot. Alright, so if we kept 2 tiles as the walkway width, well, I guess at least 2 tiles. It's probably be easier if we just make this 3. Although I still need the 2 for there. Then wait, let's outline this whole thing. I'll make it easier for me to figure out. How much space to work with here. All right, so I would have to bring, I guess, the whole row out to here if I wanted to keep it kind of in line. Because this is going to have to be wider. It would be wider by like 2. Either the... It's just going to be a weird looking building, I think. How wide? It's 3, 5. 4 and 5. So this is how big. Oh, I'm out of beams. Well, let's change this before I forget. Alright, let's grab some more. You guys, still sorting it. Okay, cool. Definitely not the speediest delivery if you queue up way too many things. If everything you queue up stacks in stacks of 50, there'll be no issue. It will. The Mark V builds can go through it faster than their docking and undocking animation because it's so long. But pretty much anything else, if you queue up enough drones, it'll definitely get a bit hung up. All right, well then, wait, I think that's right. It would just be 2 more because I need 1 more machine, right? Yeah, so this is 10. Yeah, that makes sense. How wide did I even make this whole thing? I forgot already. 16. Ugh. So if I did 10 from that side, I'd have this big old gap in the middle. But either way, Unless I do... Oh, wait. Does this actually work in a weird, like, offset? Because that one's 4. And then I could double this up because I need, what, 12? So I could do the double row, but of 6s. And so this would actually... That's so funny. Okay, so this could work. So if I did this... Oh, it's going to have to go, like, way out to here. And then... Let's see. So if we did... How many was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So in theory, this should fit the 12. And that would fit one of the rooms of 4. So then I just have one more room of 4 to do. And then the way too many manufacturers, which are definitely not going to fit down here. Which is kind of a bummer. But honestly, 30 manufacturers takes up so much more space than I ever think it does. Oh, actually, I need to add one more recipe down here. And then I need a room of 10. That's right, because I'll need to do the pressure conversion cubes. Okay. Oh, that works out, because then, okay, so another room of 4 and then a room of 10. That takes up most of this floor. It's spaced out a little bit weird. Like, should I just give that more of a gap? Like a bigger walkway in between? Maybe. I think about that for a second. Use the restroom real quick. Okay. I could. The only thing, I can't make these paths any wider. So I kind of feel like keeping them, most of them, the same. But at the same time, this isn't enough room to do. Actually, that would be a walkway. So yeah, that's not enough room to do anything with. So maybe I do. Maybe I just make this, let's see. So if we just take one row off, of course. I knew that was going to happen. Okay, so which one of you? There you are. So if we just shave one, make it 3 wide. Nothing else is gonna go here. Just make it all walkway. Yeah, I think 3 is good. Let's see. Let's try this out. Okay, and then so after this, then I would still need a room of, what did I say? One more of 4, and then one more of 10. Yeah. No, I guess I can't chop off that much. Never mind. Alright, well. So these need to be 8, right? So if we even it with this, what would that go to? Oh. Too far. Alright, fair enough. So... Okay, we'll start from here. So from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need, let's see, if it's 10, that means I need 12. Wait, yeah, if I'm going to make it double. Would have been nice if it ended one before. But I guess that's because I put that hypertube on that side. Yeah, I think that's still the right place. Well, we'll see. We can always delete it and redo it. Alright, so I think with this one, that should fit the room of 10 I need. The only problem is now, I guess we do this one room sideways? Because now that I'm realizing it, it needs the same space, which is 5 by 10? Yeah. So if we came out 5, that'd leave us 3. Okay, so that works. Alright, so let's even it up with this then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's gonna go to here. Oh, that works out pretty good. Okay. You are now in a bad spot. So why is my regular concrete? There we go. Alright, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I can't count. Yeah, we'll let the game count for me. That's way more reliable. Okay, so how does that look? That's something. Kind of weirdly spaced out, but the nice thing is that gives me way more space for all the belt work. And unless I slam them all next to each other, there was no way I was gonna. Actually, I don't think there was a way to fit the manufacturers up here. Alright, yeah, I like that. Let's patch you up. Let's burn through a whole bunch more. Oh, man, coloring inside the lines. I just was never good at it, and I clearly still am not. Man. Can you do this with the customizer? You can, right? Will that mean it won't? Oh, why didn't I do that sooner? I'm so dumb. I forgot that that works like this now. And it doesn't crash my game. I'm so used to not doing that. Oh, that's just a different color, but it's the same foundation. Damn it. I guess the game can only save me from myself so much. definitely a love-hate thing with autosave once it starts taking more than like 1 second. For so long, it's not even noticeable. And then I swear, it's like once you get to the end game, then I think it's blueprints. It's the fact that I can add so much to the game in such a little amount of time. The autosaves really start. Hate autosave until you need it. That's the truth. Because it's such a bummer when you lose like a whole bunch of progress. There was a weird bug that I ran into, or I don't even know I don't know what you would classify it as. I mean, I guess it was crashing my game, and it took me a while to figure out what it was because it was in just a weird spot. And I think what had happened was I had zooped, but from like a distance because I was far away or something like that, and the game let me build over like one of the like nodes that you have to like clear out by hand. I don't know what they're called, but just like the little rocks, right, where you normally it would say invalid placement. And I think the game let me build over one, and then when I would fly over it, it would just crash my game. And so I had to like, eventually I found like the spot that it was doing, and I deleted it, and I saw that, and I was like, huh. It was like an hour or two of me just like losing progress and trying to find it. But it hasn't happened since then. It was only that one very specific spot. It was very strange. But it was like the second time I ran into something like that, where I think the game just let me zoop, but the thing that was like invalid wasn't loaded or something maybe at the time, and then when it loads, then it crashed. I don't know. It was really weird. It doesn't happen often, but yeah, that's when autosave sure does come in handy. Okay, so let's... cool. This fits in my way too big of a walkway. So let's get some more blueprints saved here. So let's have them facing the same way as the rest of them. And I'm dumb, so we're going to flip this around. Because my brain doesn't need to try to rotate it. Alright, so this one is going to be... So my room of 4 is either circuit boards or computers. So circuit boards will be first. Alright. So I need, 4 of them. Just barely. So let's go with... Oh. Which one? Caterium. Yep. That's the one. Actually, since I need like... Yo! How you doing, John? Or do you prefer Jusdrin? I always feel like I'm gonna say it wrong. John is a lot easier for me. But I hope you're doing well. You can call me John. I appreciate it. Well, hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. So I need 60, well, not that many, 66.666 repeating, and I'm gonna place 4 machines. So let's just let this do the math for me. All right, we'll just have them do it evenly because I don't want to have one machine underclocked at 2%. So Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 2. So let's just do this one, Mark 1, for the output, and then I'll just make both of these. Oh, they're already Mark 2. Awesome. Yeah, we'll just leave it that way. So circuit boards. Circuit boards are green. I finally get a green machine. I don't stream super often, and obviously I don't have a schedule, so it's kind of sporadic when I feel like it. But I appreciate you guys coming by. It's always nice having somebody to nerd out with about this silly game that I've put way too many hours in, but it's fun. Alright, so is that gonna give me exactly? Okay, it rounds up, and I'm okay with that. So that's, ooh, okay, so all the quick wire is being made there. So I should probably flip one of these around. I feel like this isn't where most of the quick wire is going. No, most of the quick wire is going to AI limiters. Oh. Hey, Matsu. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. What else needs should stop streaming? We'll watch you. That's silly. I don't have all the fun redeems that you guys do. And one of these days I will catch one of your streams, John. I just I'm not as young as I used to be, and I live in the PST time zone, and so I think your streams start at like 2 or 3 in the morning for me, and I just haven't been able to stay up that late. I'm becoming an old man in my late 30s, and I crashed way too early. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I'm give you a little show we're working on. So I'm working, this is I realized I needed, just a few hundred more aluminum, and so I built a factory to make all the rest of the aluminum in my swamp. And so, yeah, instead of a few hundred, I made like 2,500 because I don't know. That's just this game. I don't do that with most things. Most things I'll make what I need, but with aluminum, I tend to just make it in bulk just because there's so few of it and you use so much at once that it just seems easier to make it in bulk. So this is going to, well, I guess I'll show you where it's going. I made it to 1 a.m. the other night, but I couldn't push through to 2 a.m. to watch John's. I'm getting old. Okay, so are you PST also? 2 meter mat? Probably the same time zone, just like, over 1,000 miles apart or something like that. West Coast Canada. Nice. Yeah, I'm in West Coast US, but Southern California. So we're still pretty far from each other. Oh yeah, so this is basically exactly half the size of my other aluminum plant. That one's doing 5,000 bauxite. That's all the red forest and red jungle. So this is actually my little aluminum plant. And so I am taking all of the water and then the aluminum ingots that I need and then the copper from around the area, and I just made this fun little bus. And this factory is getting rid of the water with the raw quartz or pure quartz and pure caterium. And then I'm also using the pure copper and copper sheets because I'm going to make, what am I making? It's going to make 140 crystal oscillators, but I'm going to use some of those to make the radio control units. And then I'm using all the radio control units to make the pressure conversion cubes. things look too clean for the numbers I'm hearing. That's just because I hide all the messiness. I'm pretty sure if we come in here, it's not quite as neat. I mean, it's not messy, but it's not super. Actually, this one's not so bad because it's so little. Aluminum's really not too bad, I feel like. SoCal, nice. Yeah, about 2,500 kilometers away, 1,500 miles. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's far. I've driven from here to like Oregon, the next state up, and it's still like 12 to 14 hours or something like that. The state's too damn long. But yeah, I was actually pretty happy with the way this came out. Although I'm not super convinced that my water setup is right. Because it was one of those things like on paper, it worked out really well. But then in practice, the numbers didn't come out like I thought they were. Wow, that was an awkward spot to come out. And then that's my little water pump setup to bring it up here. Actually, this is the most silly part, and the part that I was probably the most happy with is this silly little gateway for my train that realistically I probably could have made a bus, but the train is bringing the crude oil for the petroleum coke and the 2 bauxite nodes from over there. So even though it's a short, just there and back train, I think I like the trains. And all of mine are just the, what do they call? Push-pull systems. None of them are on a loop. There's only one train on each one, so I don't have to use any pass signals. It's just a naked man running rats and nothing much to see. I've never played Conan. I don't know. I really don't know much about it. It's also in early access? Is that right? I haven't looked into it much, but I've seen some of your clips. It looks entertaining. The gateway looks great. Thanks. Well, like I said, since this is only making the bauxite, the logistics floor doesn't look too bad. It's that other factory that makes like everything that's just an absolute nightmare in there. Like there's no way I couldn't not hide it. It's just, it got to the point where you have to use fly to get through like certain parts. Like it's just, I just made a wall of like pipes and belts that's like impossible to get through. I really could have done a better job. Oh, it's released for years now. All right, well then, yeah, I cleared it. Maybe I was thinking of something else. Okay, so I think this is the blueprint for the circuit boards. And then I need a blueprint for, let's just make all the blueprints. Oh, that room's gonna be sideways, isn't it? Wait, what's the other? Nah, I've confused myself. AI limiters. That's what I need. So I am using the advanced game settings to cheat in as many power shards as I need so that I can cut down on the amount of building, since I like to build in excess way too much. So yeah, I need to plug this into the Satisfactor calculator to see how many power shards I've used, because I think I've probably reached the point where I'm using more than there are available in the world. Like I have used just so many. And I used, yeah, the two things that, well, besides fly, that I really wanted the advanced game settings for, where you had the flight mode. And then I've done the hard drive hunt like 3 or 4 times, and I just didn't want to do it. And so I used the unlock alternate recipes instantly so that I didn't have to do the hard drive hunt. It just takes so long. And the way I am is, it usually means that I won't go hard drive hunting until I've gotten my jetpack, just because it just takes so long to run around everywhere. That double gasp. I know. I'm a filthy cheater. But the way I see it is, I'm for sure gonna do a completely vanilla run through when, what am I doing here? AI limiters, which are, maybe we'll do black and green. I'll do a completely vanilla playthrough when the game reaches 1.0, when it has all the story and everything. Fly around to get hard drives anyway, so I don't think that's much better. Hey, that's fair. The one thing that I was actually kind of bummed about is, I was hoping that because there is the give items option with here, I was really hoping that I could just give myself the hard drives so that I could still do the MAM research, just so you still got to like get the little like ding, after 10 minutes, like, ooh, which one did I get? And I was like, that'd still be fun if I'm gonna do it on stream, and then I can talk about the different alternate recipes. But you can't. It's the only option, so I just turned that on. I was a little disappointed. I was hoping I could give myself the hard drive so I could still do the research, even though it kind of feels like a waste of time at that point. But okay, so that's right. So this needs copper sheets, which are going to come from here. But the quick wire is going to come from that side. So let's make the quick wire. Yeah, let's make the quick wire the bottom one, which I think I've already forgotten. 2 meters off the ground? Nope. 3. Alright, so that splitter should be facing this way. Well, if that's the case, then I know. Oh, wait. Yeah, I definitely need to change this. Okay, so copper sheets is this one, which is Mark II already. Perfect. Quick wire needs to be a Mark III. Not 2 meters? I know. I need to refigure all my blueprints. So everything's using a 2 meter gap now. Okay, so let's have them. Yeah, I guess they'll feed to the middle. Okay, so let's save that. This is the AI limiters. Wait a second. Wait, is that right? Yeah. Alright, let me place these down. Oh, that's right. I need to make 2 versions of this one. Ah. Alright. Okay, so vertical. Just do 3 there, and I think you're 5? There it is. Alright, so now I need to grab. No. I'm so used to being on one hotbar, and then you hit the same hotkey, and then it's. Oh, I just deleted it and I already forgot. These were opposite, right? This was going that way, so now it needs to go this way. Yeah. So this one needs to be this way, I think. Or I'm going to have to redo it. They don't even have duck costumes for 2 meters? Aw. Yeah, I imagine it's not easy finding quite a few things. You know, I really like the metric system, but it's just not used like for anything in the US, and so I definitely just am not super familiar with all the conversions. So I know this won't mean as much to you all, but I live with a couple, and my buddy, he's 6'4", which I think is just under 2 meters. I think 2 meters would be like what, 6'5" or 6'6", and so. Do you share your blueprints anywhere? No, I haven't. I just kind of throw them together as I build, but I've never shared them anywhere. 2 meters is 6'7". Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, you're still a healthy amount taller than him, but I mean, even he probably runs into, you know, some of the similar struggles you do once you get over that height. And so I'm sure car shopping isn't always the most fun for you. And the irony is he ended up getting a little tiny Honda Fit because it's actually gigantic. And the car salesman was just like, you know why they call it the Honda Fit? Because it fits guys like you. And it's just, it's funny little tiny car, but tall people actually fit really well inside. But hello, Blaze Neko. Okay, so let's clear this, get it out of the way. Oh, it wasn't even in the way. I already forgot. Well, I'm probably going to have to edit something, so let's just place it back real quick. All right, so the reason I made my blueprints the way I did is now I can cut out. That was actually the wrong spot because I wanted to. I'm going to leave one gap here. All right, so I think if I just lay down some temporary foundations, and then I add these two. Let's see, what am I making here? I've already forgotten. Circuit boards were first. Where did I save the circuit boards? Did I not save those? Oh.
The Blaze and Echo just followed.
Did I save them in a random place? Well, I think I might have forgotten. I've been horrible with reading chat here. Yes, sometimes Kanye cars are the best fit. It's so interesting how that works. Best time of day? Yeah, get started on some Satisfactory. Got to run me back in a bit. Have a great day, 2 meter Matt. Always good to see you. How long I'm streaming? That is a great question. Probably a couple more hours. Never had an alert to scare you so back. I guess it is probably. You know what's funny is I even went back and I lowered the volume and I was like, that must be good, and then I've just never revisited it. Probably because I forgot where I even set that up. The whole streaming thing is some of it's complicated. So I really just completely didn't save that one blueprint, did I? I think I forgot to save it. Bummer. Yeah, I don't think I did. All right, well, thankfully it should be almost exactly the same as the AI limiters. I just needed to All right, so Ethereum circuit board. Wait, why? You were the main link. Yeah, I colored it and everything. I just decided not to save it. All right, so let's make sure. Oh, that's right. So I think it was like 16.67 if I'm. Hey, still in the calculator. Love when that happens. Cool. All right, so those are set up the right way. That one will take the quick wire. So this is Mark 3. Oh, quick wire only needs to be Mark 2. Okay, so that one's Mark 2. This one probably needs to be Mark 1. Okay. So, and then 21, so this can be Mark 1. You don't need to be Mark 3. If you were Mark 3 and you were Mark 1, that means the other blueprint's wrong. I should probably save that too. So, alright, so let's make sure I actually save this. So, probably should save the background color differently so I know which one's which, but why would I do that? Alright, so let's load the... Alright, we got circuit boards, so AI limiters. So the output is only 12, so yeah, this is... Well, it needs to be Mark 1. Alright, so let's resave you. And that also means that I'm sure the one that's for the opposite side. Okay, gonna lurk now. Have a good lurk. Wait, this one was... That's so funny. Well, I might as well check these. Alright, 3 and 3 and 2 and 2. Alright. So, I think I've got it all set up now. Alright, so I'm just gonna resave you on 1, and then you can be 2 and you can be 3. They look exactly the same as all my other ones. See, Matsu, I may save mine with names, but then all the symbols look the same, so when I put them on hotbars, I still have no clue which one's which, so... I do pretty much the same thing. It's hard to be completely organized, you know? Okay, so I think that's right. And now I can delete this. Because I really could just save it with the foundations in place. Being organized is overrated. I completely agree. Alright, so let's be smart here. I need 3 more of these, and then I need... Was it 10? No, 12 of the AI limiters. Okay, so it's gonna be 6 of the first one and 6 of the second one. Oh, I'm short a lot of things. My mobile storage unit. Oh yeah, but this is how this works. So I basically, if I need anything else, I can go to all ports, and because there's just no way to show them all, unfortunately, this is where you have to be a tiny bit organized and name things in a way that you can figure out. Because I thought I would just put A and then a dash, and then everything in that factory would just show up first, and I could scroll through it. And that is so not how this this menu works. So I basically just have to type in whatever item I'm looking for, and then I just say, come here. And then once it's in flight, I just say, now don't come here, and then that way it'll only do one trip and I can get anything delivered. But yeah, I thought it would work slightly different than it did, but that's okay, it still works. I should go back and probably rename them some way. I think someone gave me, I think it was someone else in here, Tesla, that gave me the idea of renaming them and putting like 001 or something in front of most of those. And then since nothing else has numbers, it would probably work pretty well. Cable. Let's see. Rods. And metal plates. All right. Slam down some assemblers. Meter Met's back, and we're not having to leave after all. Well, that's always nice. All right, so I just want to make sure these are actually facing the right way. All right, so outputs are going to go that way. And yeah, both of the inputs are alternating. Okay, so that is those done. So that means we can go to the next one. So AI limiters. That's even. Oh yeah, how did I do that? So I did it. So the ladder is on that side. Is that how I set these up? I think so, right? Is that how? Oh, that one's not. I guess that one. Whatever. I'm not going to be that particular. As long as each row is the same, then it doesn't look weird. I really just wish they were an even number of meters in length. It still doesn't irk me as bad as the drone ports. I don't know how much you all have used drone ports, but I'll show you my one pet peeve. It's that the ports, they're all like in the right spots to line up with wall holes, except for it's 1 meter off. You have to set it inside or to the right 1 meter, and so all of them are just 1 meter to the side to line up perfectly with the wall holes, and it just bothers me. Like, I just want to be able to fit it all. I don't know. Maybe I do have OCD. Come on, coffee stain. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. All right. So now if I use the version 2, that's so weird how much they clip into each other. Like, lifts just aren't considered part of the blueprint or something. That's weird to me. All right. So is that how much I had it spaced out? No, it's not. I don't think. I do need. Well, if I want. Oh, wait. These aren't actually spaced the same. Dang it. Well, now that's going to bother me. All right, fine. Time to redo it just to get things lined up. It's 1 meter off. Time to delete it all. All right, so this should be version 2. So let's just make this 4. Okay, so it wouldn't let me. And time to tear it all down. It's 1 meter off. Can't be having that. All right, so let me make sure this is not the orientation it's supposed to be. All right. Yeah, need to flip that 180. All right, so I want this merger to be in the middle, same as that one. Okay. So yeah, that's... But I sure do love being able to delete the entire blueprint once. I don't leave any boxes, right? No. Because honestly, if it wasn't for this, I think I would have just lived with it. Because once you place down so many blueprints, it is just so demoralizing to have to sit there and delete 50 at a time, especially when it's inside of a factory and you're not trying to absolutely delete absolutely everything. When you're like, oh, I don't want to delete all these walls and foundations, but I need to get rid of all this random stuff. Delete a nudging or a game changer. I couldn't imagine playing without them. Poor Matsu. It's so true though, because it just makes using blueprints so much easier. And the funny thing is with each part, you use like all the rest of it way less. Like I have to do the blueprint delete way less because I can lock it in place and look at it and nudge it into the right place. So I end up deleting less, which is super nice. But yeah, both of those combined, just huge. All right, so let's be smart about this actually. And let's just lock this here. We move it down 1 meter because I'm pretty sure that's what's wrong with this side, right? I needed it to be, yep. All right, so place that there and then delete all of you. And now you should be in the correct spot. Where's my ladder? Yep. And then we'll just nudge them over to the correct spot. All right, and then time to fix these ones. Okay, so this was 1 meter too far, right? Yep. All right, so this one needs to go there. And we'll just replace all of these. Well, what's taking Coffee Stain so long? Have they forsaken us in the EA branch? Seriously. Even though this is, like, I think I bought the game, like, right... Oh, wait a second. No, that was where it was supposed to be. Right after Update 7. Like, I think I bought it while it was on sale for Update 7. And then I've just played way too much of it in the last year. But I haven't seen like how quickly they move things from early access to, or from experimental to early access. So I'm assuming this is like longer than normal because of this is actually like a big update for them. And I think the reason for it is it was already going to take a while because they went to Unreal Engine 5, but then there were so many issues that they're like, well, now we're going to go to 5.1 or 5.2. I don't know how the numbers work for those. So I think that's why, that mixed with their vacation. But I sure hope that we get to see it come out to early access soon, because That also just means that they've worked out even more bugs and whatnot. Went on a month-long holiday too. Yeah, but I can't hate on them. I as much as I want more updates to come back or come out, I honestly love the fact that they were able to do that, because you always hear horror stories about, you know, was it the crunch or crunch time or whatever the right phrase is for developers and whatnot, and it just being like an awful place to work with deadlines and working just stupid hours. And so as much as I really want to see you know, I want to see 1.0, I want the game to come out and I want to know what the story is, I'm really happy to hear that like it is a studio that will let, you know, the majority of them all take a whole month off on holiday. I think that's really cool. Because I think having people really enjoy where they work translates in a lot of different ways to a much better product in the end. I've actually really enjoyed the early access journey. Love being able to see and play through the progression of the game. Honestly, me too. I think it's really cool. Like once I really got into the game and, you know, started watching videos on YouTube and whatnot, seeing the journey that the game has taken is just really cool. Like I can't imagine having played long enough to see when like oil extractors used belts and spit out just barrels of crude oil on belts, and then when pipes came out, that just must have been just so wild. Like, even though they make the game so that with each update you can still play your older saves, those earlier ones, like I can't imagine anybody was like, yeah, I'm gonna retrofit my entire world. I have a feeling most people were just like, I'm gonna leave this save and start over now, because like how do you go back and fix all that? That seems like a nightmare. Totally agree. Coffee Stain is a really good studio. They're doing a great job. I agree. From what I can see, it's pretty great. I really like them, and I have a feeling that I screwed something up here. Why is one color one and the other one's the other? Because I made these all circuit boards. Damn it. These are supposed to be that one, huh? Started over many times. Yeah, not surprised. Hey, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so, yep, I just made this entire row the wrong ones. I just wanted to keep showing off all the cool update 8 features. By incorrectly placing blueprints over and over again, so I can keep mass deleting them and nudging them to the right spot. It's my master plan here all along. Nighttime again. Nighttime in the swamp is just so dark. If I get up to here, you get most of the colors back. Once you... I guess right here isn't too bad. It's once you're like down here, all the colors disappear, especially at night. Like, all the refineries just look gray. Oh, but wait. They're purple and the pipes are blue. I don't know why. just so weird that it just mutes all the color in the swamp. All right, so last 2 rooms. So let's get some more blueprints. And then it's the nightmare of the beltwork. So let's do... Which one is this one? Okay. Yeah, actually, let's get the right recipe here. All right, so this last one is second to last one. What are these? Oh, that's right. The pressure conversion cubes. Is this Kibit's music? Yeah. I didn't know what to do for music, and so since I pretty much mainly only play Satisfactory, I just grabbed all of Kibit's, I'mBits, and Total Eclipse's music on Spotify, since they all have the same sort of setup where it's DRM free. You just gotta give them a shout out. So hopefully, oh, is it not? Oh, it is. At the very bottom right, it'll show the song and the artist. But yeah, I just made a big playlist of all of the Satisfactory people. If any of you know any other creators that have Spotify music that's DRM free like this, I will happily add it. I think it's a fun way to shout out the other big creators that I've definitely taken inspiration from. All right, so you're like black and orange. I think I'd rather have the orange be the highlight instead of the orange. Nah, I made it pretty small. I picked like the smallest. Like part of me feels bad, but at the same time, I don't think the music title needs to be the biggest thing on the screen, even though I definitely want to give them credit for it. It's one of those, like, where do you... No, you're welcome here. All the like horrible puns, dad jokes, bring it on. I love them. It's funny what happens when you get older, isn't it? So what was I doing? That's right. So for sure, mark 1 for everything. Well, good. I'm sure you won't be the only one. I'll leave that in there. I can draw out all the people who like puns and whatnot. It's perfect. Oh, I don't know why this made me think of this, but I had a random thought, and I was thinking of your road, Matsu, and a question that I meant to ask was, and I know you don't have a driver's license, but I know you know this, do they drive on the right or left in Turkey? I thought it was the right, but I think you've designed your truck station to drive on the left, so I'm curious how you're gonna do that. All right, so I think, oh, that's right, I need to save this one. So press, how did I activate that? Pressure conversion cube. I really should have made that a different color. Oh well. All right, so we need this to be in 2 sections again, so let's just do that. Oh, we'll put one here too. How many? 5? Yep. So this needs to exit on the right. Oh, wait. What am I doing here? Fuse modular frames and the radio control units are actually both probably come from this side. So, okay, so let's make, all right, so I need to make one with, there we go. And do I want this to, yeah, I want it to feed that way. Okay. Yeah, it's on the right in Turkey. I thought so. I mean, there's way fewer places that drive on the left. But yeah, I think you've oriented your truck stop for them to enter while driving on the left. And I mean, if you want to do that for the game, then hey, by all means. I find it confusing trying to switch it up. I don't know why left came more naturally than right. Are you left-handed? Although I feel like I know a few left-handed people and they all, it's still like everything is so right-handed oriented that that's still just like by default. I used to have to drive around a lot for work, and so yeah, most are right-handed. I feel like I've done so much driving on the right-hand side that I think I would be really scared to drive in like the UK. Where else does it? Is it like Japan? Where's Japan? I can't remember. I haven't done a whole lot of international travel, so I really don't know. What am I doing here? All right, I need to flip these all for the other side. So 3 and 5. Yep, I do that every time. I think I'm on this hotbar where the merger is 7, and then I pick a random blueprint. All right, so no, we're switching them all. That's right, because this is going to be the opposite side. So I want it to go that way. Let's make sure we replace that. So these are going to exit to that way. Ah, not quite. No idea what went in my head there with the road. Apparently there's 64 countries that drive on the left. I will not list them. Ah, I appreciate that. I'm sure I've heard of most of them. But, you know, this is where I get to play my ignorant American card and like, I don't know. We learn so little about other countries. It is so sad. But that is actually really surprising. I had no idea that many countries drove on, which is really interesting though when you think about it, because like I know the first well, actually I don't even know this, you know. Here in America, we learned that, you know, Henry Ford was like the like where cars, because of the assembly line, that's where, you know, the manufacturing really took off. But I'm sure there were cars in other places that probably started originating in the same time. But I would assume like for some countries, they were definitely influenced by where they were getting cars and from. So like, I'm curious if those 64 countries, like, were they being introduced to automobiles by outside of the USA? It doesn't exist. You know, on all of our maps outside of the US, it's just here be monsters or dragons or whatever. We just don't learn about it. You know, don't leave, you know. It's not real out there. So, okay, I did save them. All right. So, if I did this right, I should be able to get these ones in. You know, let's just do all of them. All right, just keep reusing the same hotbar spot, so I have no idea what's what. All right, so let's try to get it in the right spot. So I think I did. The ladder was on the left. Wide. Oh. It's like, what did I do here? Yeah. Ladder's on the left. Okay, so. According to US American sitcoms, Canada is also not real. Yeah, exactly. Minus the fact that it's actually one of the few countries I've visited. Actually really enjoyed my short time in Canada. I've been up there twice. The first one, I don't know if it even really counts, but went on a cruise and visited Victoria, Canada. So like, just barely. It's obviously Canada, but it's like, I didn't even visit the mainland. I just visited like a tiny island right outside of Vancouver, but it was super nice. It was a really cool area, and I liked it a lot. But it is just kind of funny. Hey, Jester. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Getting my pressure conversion cubes hopefully getting made soon, so that I can finally, after this, we'll finally be getting into nuclear, because I like to do the alternate recipes. So I'm getting my pressure conversion cubes made for both this and what else do you use them for? It's like one space elevator part, I think. Oh, now I'm out. Okay, so I needed one more of those and I think 6. Maybe it was only 5. Not bad. Golfed pretty good this morning. Oh, very cool. I didn't know you golfed. Now rebuilding my nuclear plant. Did a whoops when I was decorating and had a meltdown. Oh no. Did you accidentally delete like a power cable or a belt and then just like everything came to a crash? Oh man, that is the worst. Power cable. I've totally done that before. I did that with my my like 85 gigawatt oil plant. I was doing the exact same thing. I was decorating. I deleted a cable, and then I realized like huge section of my factory was just not running anymore, and like trace it all the way back to like, oh, these extractors aren't running anymore. That would be the problem. It was for my recycle end. So oof. So did you set up a like system to store like excess in case that happens, or did it shut down because all of the waste had it but didn't need it? Oh, that's good. So at least you caught it before it was like too much of a nightmare. What am I looking for? Cable. Oh, you had storage. Okay, gotcha. That's still just Oof. That is rough. Well, hopefully it wasn't. Oh, you said you're just rebuilding the whole thing? Oh, man. That's intense. So did you just like revert to a previous save, or you just sat there and deleted it all and now you have a bunch of waste that somehow you're going to have to get rid of? Or did you figure out how to... Map deleter. Does map deleter get rid of the... I mean, I guess it would, wouldn't it? Huh. I have never thought about... I guess that is kind of the cheesy way to get rid of waste that I just never even crossed my mind. I mean, I think most people would just prefer like a more like automated solution instead of just like, oh, these are full, time to load up the save sort of a thing. But I mean, I guess it is kind of nice to know that you have that option in case shit hits the fan. And I mean, you're so far into the game that there's no way that you're going to want to just like restart. So yeah, I guess, you know, as a fail safe, that is really nice. It's such a bummer. But hey, at least you have a design that you're happy with. I guess that is kind of the fun thing. Was this your first time? It was, right? And I'm sure you learned a lot. So I bet you this second design is probably going to be a whole lot better. I think it's one of those, like, I really hate the phrase of, it's a blessing in disguise. But I guess it really does kind of fall into that category. A lot of those kind of complicated solutions. What was going on there? Some weird... What is that? That's so strange. Just, huh. Recycle end is going to be big for double the waste. I'll make and sync excess stuff. Okay. Just have like some extra capacity to be able to recycle, sort of a thing, in case something happens. I've seen people do that, especially if they... I need to clear it first, don't I? If they start to go and build like just a little bit of nuclear, and then you build up some waste, and so then when you finally do recycling, you build it enough to handle what you're making plus more, so you can clear it out. And then it's just kind of nice to have that ability for the future. So I produce 600 weight, so I'm going to make it for 1200 and smart split everything else for the sink. Very cool. I'm curious if they're going to leave the recycling process to like it end where it ends now, where you have the choice of either using the plutonium or sinking it. Like, I wonder if that is how they're going to leave that, or if we are ever going to have a way to deal with that plutonium waste. Like, are we going to be able to make anything out of it? I don't know. So let's go with that one. Alright, so this room is the only one going that direction because of my weird Tetris that I laid out here. So cool. So I do want to swap this around, since I think both of them... Actually, what is this making? The last recipe is Crystal computers. So, circuit board. Wow. What an awful number. 7.031 a minute. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, well, since I only need 4 of these, let's just get them all clocked to the same. So I need a total of 25, and I'm going to do 4 machines, so 6.25 each. And let's make this, what color? Red and orange? That looks awful, doesn't it? That really does. Let's not do that. Let's do... Yeah, black just works so well for the primary. Let's do black and red for the computers. That doesn't really fit their color at all, but that's okay. It looks cool. Alright, so the merger should... Where is the merger going? What do I even need these computers for? Ah, the radio control units, which will be on the next floor. So I should have this facing the opposite way, because chances are I'm gonna do the tower in the same spot to get all the logistic stuff up. Let's grab that. So I want it to go back this way. I wonder how many times I forgot to replace the lifts. I think there's a whole bunch of these blueprints I forgot to replace the lifts after I like switched the directions. That's gonna be a bummer. I wonder, the fact that it's saved in the blueprint, I wonder if that like creates the like connection or if they're still gonna be disconnected. Huh. I actually have no idea. I'm gonna guess that I'm just gonna have to replace a whole bunch of lifts when they just don't work, but we'll see. We can cross our fingers and hope that me forgetting isn't gonna create a bunch more work. But I'm gonna guess when I get to the troubleshooting step, that is what I'm gonna run into. Alright, so... Oh, I was so close. Yep, right there. And get you centered. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Ah. Oh, out of power shards. Time to cheat. My favorite. Oh, no, I need advanced game settings. Select items. Give me that whole stack. I think I forgot to add that to the hotbar. Why did that flicker? Oh yeah. I haven't checked on them in a while. I just leave pretty much everything. Thanks, Sally. Are flowers like the most common thing? Because I sure feel like that's what they give me the most of. I'm really hoping that... Because every once in a while they give you... Where did they all go? I actually probably took them. It's probably like one of the few things I took. But they bring you the DNA remains, or not the remains from the different creatures, right? And of course I don't have any wire. Just leave a little playpen of lizard doggos. Those are just the two that were in the area. But what I'm really hoping is that, so if I bust out a mam here, I have everything done except for alien organisms because I turned off spiders. Obviously I could turn them on, I could kill one, and I could finish this, but I'm really curious to see, because they've bringing me spitter and hog remains, I think, or maybe just spitter remains. I'm really curious if I'm just going to randomly get a stinger remain, even though that I've turned them off in my world. I want to know if it's still in their loot table to give me the remains, even though I don't have spiders on. I tried making a place for my doggos, but was too lazy to bring them together. It's really a pain to bring them together. I basically have there's one lizard doggo at a couple of my different factories because they were nearby, and then I've never brought them all into one place. So these two were both in this area, and that's the only reason I made them their little. So I actually had to move it. It was closer to the edge. But yeah, I wish I could make a huge lizard doggo farm because it's adorable. Even though I don't need the power shards, and I think that's the main reason for doing it, but they're adorable. But yeah, I want to see if they'll just bring me the stinger remains, and if I can complete my mam research by having lizard doggos. I think it would be really interesting to know. So I keep checking, and their piles just keep growing. Alright, so that is this floor. I'm gonna have to add another one for all the manufacturers because I think I need 38. Ugh. Alright, well, we'll work on that next. I think I should probably try to figure out how to get all of this working first. Alright, so I think the easiest thing to do first is connect all the wires, just because once I have a whole bunch of belts on the ceiling, it's just more annoying to try to get this. Although at the same time, if I try to run a belt over where I have a wire, then it's really annoying. So I don't really know which one's better. But the belt issue is easier to work around, in my opinion, with nudge. Whereas if I can't find where the stupid little wall connectors are, it's kind of a pain. So, oh, of course those are, I can't remember. I think I have the main power coming up through that tower there. Oh, wait a second. I already have power out up here, don't I, for all the drone ports? I do. Ah. Yep, this is my pet peeve for update 8 is it. If you drag out a power line from somewhere, it'll keep the same thing. So it's trying to place another double. And so I couldn't place it on the ceiling. So I have to manually place the normal Mark 1 wall connector. And now it'll continue to use that one. Very weird. Yeah, not my favorite. I'm gonna guess it's an unintended feature. It's kind of what I'm hoping. So, how did that snap Oh, because there's a wall up here. Nice. So I'm assuming that's another one of those. They'll fix it eventually. Let's just add one more. So that's close. See here? Yeah. Hook you back up. All right, let's continue to make a giant grid. Yay, things are in a line. Oh, I'm glad I actually replaced them all in the places they went, because now all the power connectors right in the middle of the foundation, which is so much nicer than when it's 1 meter off. Is that? Yep, that looks right. Alright, so let's also put one. Where was that? This foundation. And that way we can just drag this line. Perfect. Oh, but these ones. Wait a second. Didn't all of these end up like right on a middle point? Oh no, they were. Never mind. All right, cool. They were 1 meter off to the side, but at least they're the halfway mark in one direction of the foundation. Yeah, I'm not going to clip it straight through the foundation or the splitter. So, of course, these are close, but oh, that's where the power comes in. Well, doesn't that make things easy? And then you can come to here. And then these ones, I think, are the last 4 that need to be hooked up. And none of these are in a convenient spot. Oh. Oh, that cable now just goes straight through here. No, I don't like that. Alright, so let's redo the main power here. Wait, what else did you... What is that? Oh, it's connecting to nothing. Cool. So let's just move you farther back. Let's go to here. Oh yeah, that's what I want to do. Repaint that. All right, let's see. Do we have yellow lights or red lights? Yay. Wait. Oh. Or no lights. Dang it. I thought I... Nope, that's right. I didn't hook these up. Okay. So the other thing that I think you can do in update 7 that you can't in update 8 that I wish they would bring back, is being able to attach the wall outlets to an existing power line. Like it just won't snap onto it. But that being said, it does still work for the, oh, maybe not. Oh, it does. Okay, so it still works for the power poles, but it doesn't work for the wall outlets anymore. Which was just a really nice feature, because then I could avoid having to cut the power off for that 10 seconds. I mean, granted, I guess I could place it, add the cables, and then delete the first one, and then you would never lose power, and that would be the smarter way to keep everything running. But right here it doesn't matter, so I'm lazy. It's a bit buggy, maybe that's why it's removed. Oh, I never actually had any. Well, maybe I did, and I'm just not remembering it. But you're probably right. It probably was a little bit buggy. And it probably, I'm sure part of it is like the different types between the double wall outlets and the normal, because the doubles are really weird sometimes. I've had some funky problems with those. I think I've had it glitch and not get powered many times when I've done that. Oh, now that you mention it, I have seen instances where, yeah, the cables are all connected, but there's just no power flowing through it, and I could never figure out why. And I bet you anything, that was probably what I did. I probably added it to the existing line, and then for whatever reason, because it's so funny, because you've got the normal belts and pipes that you can just slap on either a splitter, a merger, or the pipeline junction. And I guess sometimes those have issues with that same sort of thing too. Although not quite as much, I feel. Well, pipes just, there's really no end to the list of issues that pipes have, I feel. Belts do tend to be a lot more like the most reliable thing in the game, I feel like. All right, use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Alrighty. Okay, so we should see all yellow lights now. I haven't checked my power in a while. Still only seeing. I'm so happy that I've already forgotten who it was, but that person showed up in your stream the other day, Matsu, and told us what the extra bonus power is. Because I just kept forgetting to ever make a post because I didn't even know how to word it. I tried Googling it, and it's like, how do I get bonus power? And it's just a bunch of guides on like, here's the best way you get more power. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know how to search for this. I'm just not finding the right words. Yeah, that's awesome. This game's got a great community of people that'll just chime in. All right, so I guess I need to start figuring out where these builds go. All right, so let's start with the ones in the back here. So aluminum ingots, copper ingots. Do I want to leave these? Yeah. All right, so did I change these? Mark 4, Mark 4. I just made Mark 4 for both. It really is a great community. All right, so we've got 750 aluminum ingots and 330. So thankfully, oh, Mark 5. How do I want to do this? Actually, we can do, I think I should add, well, now that I know that I've got to add more than one floor, I might as well just cap this off, because some of this stuff is going to have to go up to the next floor, I think. I'm not really sure why I have a stripe of black wall. That's really funny. I'm just not gonna worry about colors yet. Okay, so I might as well just run these on the ceiling, I think, because if I do this, that'll make this one, let's see. All right, so snap you to there, and then you can come two farther. So that way we get a nice right angle here. And this one, I'm gonna go to the center so that this one, let's see. All right, so that's straight. So if we go, oh, let's see, 2 meters back, can plug that straight into there. So that's 375. That's the rest of it. Why am I using Mark IV builds? And this is how I screw something up and get really confused. So that's what this one only needs to be Mark IV. Okay. Alright, so we run this one along here. And then I'm gonna run out of material. Alright, so case industrial beam. I'm sure I'll use a bunch of you. What else am I gonna need more? I forgot. Which one's which? There we go. I love using the deconstruct tool to find out what's in what storage container. Oh, I definitely need more of those. All right, so reinforced iron plates. It's a good amount of beams and pipes. I'll probably need more of the encased industrial beams. If not, oh well. It's either they get sunk here or they get sunk at the factory if I'm not using them. Probably more cable. It's a good amount of that. Should be a good amount of that. actually need to build almost like 40 of these. Okay, so ooh. Possibly more motors. Definitely more heavy modular frames. Okay. Let's see. I've got some cable. Back to the smooth morph sounds of Moo. You all are far too kind. So I do need more plastic. And I think that pretty much does it. So I think I just need one. Probably need cable to make 2 trips, but if I don't turn it off now, then I'm gonna forget about it and it's going to deliver me like 5,000. One day I'm gonna figure out all of that stuff. So this is where I've realized I don't know anything about it. Is it a bot that you use to do the different sound commands? I haven't even set up a single bot to do anything. I do think it's funny that there is a bot called MooBot, I think. I feel like... Didn't you already go? Yeah. Alright, so... I think... I can just let these eventually... They'll sort themselves out. Get all of our goodies. It does seem like a good fit, doesn't it? I should probably look into that and see what it does. Alright, so since both of those machines use 375, that uses up that entire Mark V belt. So this one... Oh, I should go this way. There we go. So that means this one is slightly overclocked. So let's fix it. So I am going to let the computer do the work here. Let's see, aluminum casings. I need 800. But 2 machines are making... Oh, I know this. I'm so dumb. All right, I guess I don't need it to do math for me. I can do 800 minus 750. What is that? Yeah, that is right. Okay. Cool. So that means these bottom machines need the... Well... It'd help if I just highlighted the right recipe on my spreadsheet. Okay, so I need 533 copper ingots for these 3, so they can all fit on one Mark V belt. Now the question is, what increments am I working with here? Okay, so 750, 750, 418 and 3/4. Well, that's convenient. Darn it, I need 533, which just makes it awkward. All right, so let's see. So 750 minus the 533.33 leaves that much. So I should be able to add it to that. Okay, so I can add it to the other belt. All right, so let's get ourselves a smart splitter. gonna slap that down right there. And a merger. Slap you down. So Mark 4s I'll need for that one. Mark 5 into there. Alright, so for you, I want you to prioritize the right. The rest can go that way. I use Mix It Up and Streambot, but I'm not 100% happy. I've heard good things about Firebot. You know what? I am going to... going to jot that down because I want to look into it. I appreciate the chill vibes, cool builds, and lack of extreme vulgarity and swearing here, Moo. I find it's getting more and more difficult to find that. I think that Maddie Canny and Donkey's Firebot? Oh, well, that's very nice to hear, Matt. I'm definitely not opposed to swearing, but I don't think it needs to be excessive. If I'm gonna drop an F-bomb, it should make should be some meaning behind it. It's gonna be some oomph to it. But no, I agree. It's streaming is definitely really interesting. You can find just all different types. There are just so many streams. Don't mind swearing, but not when it's excessive. Yeah, no, I totally agree. It loses a lot of its meaning when you overuse it, I guess. It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf, just in a very different context. What am I doing here? That's right. I forgot how much. 216. So why did the Silent Bob song come to mind, though? I know who Silent Bob is, but I guess I think, wait. It's where it's all swear words, right? I'm pretty sure I know which one you're thinking or talking about now. That's pretty funny. Similar vibes with Matsu and John too, which is another reason why I like them. Excuse me. But don't tell them that. Your secret is safe with me. I think it's just solid swear words. Like, I don't think there's anything else but a 4-letter word in that song. If I'm thinking of the right one. Which, I mean, makes it funny in itself, just because, like, that's obviously what it's trying to do. So that can be funny. I totally agree. But it, yeah, I'm right there with you. There's a lot of content where it's just kind of like, it's just not for me. Like a big one that I don't have anything against, especially like there's nothing wrong with it, but like ASMR, it's very like I can do ASMR for like typing, right? Like I could listen to the sounds of typing or that sort of ASMR, but when it comes to whispering, I don't know what it is. It makes me uncomfortable. Like, it'll make me shiver, and like I can't do it. There's nothing wrong with it, but it makes me weirdly uncomfortable. I don't know why. But I know there's quite a few people makes me very uncomfortable. Yeah. So are you the same way, Matsu? Like, can you listen to like keyboard typing ASMR, but is it the voices for you too, or is it all ASMR? So I think these, no, they didn't come to life. Copper ingots. How did I delete you? Well, that was an accident, I guess. I don't know what ASMR even is. God, I'm old. No, I don't think you're that old. It's it's funny because it's one of those acronyms that now that someone has mentioned it, I really couldn't tell you exactly what it what it stands for. But it's like if you've ever heard or seen videos of like people whispering, that's what ASMR is. Autonomous sensory meridian response. I never would have guessed that. Yeah, I had no clue what the M stood for. Ah, perfect. There you go. Let's see. Keyboard is fine, but speaking ASMR and the other touching different material. Oh yeah, the different materials. Yeah. Same typing and mechanical noises are okay, but not the human voices. Just creepy. Yeah. I'm basically in the same boat. Like it's hit or miss basically, because I didn't even think about the other sounds and stuff, just because they make me so uncomfortable. I just tune out. I just like I think you're great, but I just can't. I can't do this content, unfortunately. Okay, so these are all running. Yeah, Chinese to me. It's one of those. It's not for everybody, but it is. I think there are a few things in life where there's very few middle ground, and from what I've seen, ASMR feels like that's it. Like it's a you love it or you hate it sort of a thing for the most part. Like there aren't many people that are like, it's okay. Like I'll listen to it sometimes, but it's usually one or the other. There's lots of YouTube and Twitch content of ASMR out there. Not hard to find. True. Yeah. It's like, some people really, really enjoy it. And they'll find streamers that they really like, and they'll ask them like, will you ever do ASMR content? And if I'm in that stream, I'm just like crossing my fingers like, please don't say yes. I don't want but they'll almost always put ASMR somewhere in the title, so you're gonna know. Okay, so all of the Caterium and the rest of the copper ingots are going here, right? This has got to be the rest of the copper. Will you ever do it? No, I don't think I could ever bring myself to do that. I think part of what's funny about that whole idea is I don't know. I have zero clue what they even talk about, because I can't make it more than like 5 seconds into one of those videos or streams. I don't know what they talk about. Is it just like a just chatting? They talk about anything and everything and they're talking with chat, just whispering it instead? Are they reading a script? Are they like, I genuinely have zero clue what they do in those streams. That's so funny. All right, so I need the rest of this. And that one. which, how do I want to do that? Well, where's the Katerium? Copper sheets. Yeah, your Katerium. 258 is Mark 3. So let's just because I think how many I'm making an awkward number, aren't I? Of course I am. I'm making 800 aluminum casing. It's like just the worst number to make. It's like, oh, 20 belt or 20 items over what one belt can take. Thanks. I planned this out just great. So I think we'll just wait. We'll make it easy. Let's do that. And actually, I could just squeeze this in right here. Hey, look at that. So if yeah, and then swap it. And then we could bring this one out to there? No. There. Ooh. Thank you, nudge. All right, so how are these gonna connect here? All right, so I need to figure out. Oh, that's right. There's okay. So all the Caterium is on one line, but the copper is on two. And this is also probably more than I needed by just a tiny bit. All right, let's keep everything even. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I needed 14, right? Yeah. All right, so we're going to so 12 times 93.75, I think. Yep. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh no, 225. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong number. Okay, so 12 of them are gonna make 225, which makes 2,700. I need 3,085.7. Let's just round up for this. Okay, so 386 is how much is left divided by 2. Each one of these needs to make 193. Okay, that way both of these rows are even because now I can be lazy. I'm all about lazy and efficiency because I can go to blueprints and then I can grab my 2x2 load balancer. Efficient, exactly. It's efficient. And let's see. So if I place you right there, well, that's lots of room. All right, so this way I can get 2 completely even lines, which I probably should have lined this up with one of them. I would have made, I could have at least one line that goes in straight into it. Let's do that. Okay, so not even close. So it should be, that's the center. So there we go. Facing the right way. Cool. So now my two random, well, one's random. One has 750, the other one has 600 and who knows what. So I think if I go to here, bring this up. There we go. No clipping. And now I have two even lines that I can just plug one into one and the other into the other. And this should, in theory, work out. Alright, so we'll just do the bottom one for both of these as the copper. And of course they're, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's do, oh, wait, what am I doing? We can make this not complicated. 1, 2. How far off are these? Just a little bit. That's fine. So we'll just bring you to here. And then if I bring you to this halfway mark, well, I guess it's not really an S turn because it's so close, but at least that lines up. All right, and then let's bring this one out to here. Cool. So there's the copper. And for the Caterium, well, I changed my mind. Why aren't those feeding? Oh, there's only one machine hooked up. Duh. Let's just get rid of you. All right, so I actually want this to. Actually, we're just gonna bring this back all the way. If you go sideways, so that I only have to make one turn. I think it should be the halfway mark. Yep, perfect. All right, so now that gives me more room to bring this one down, which, whoops. Let's see, we'll just bring you out to here. And then, how do I want to do this? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so I'm just gonna place this down so I get the right line. And then what we're gonna do is, cool, it's on this center mark. So I just need to grab a splitter here and line it up with that belt right there. Okay, good. It's on the middle line, so I'll plug in just fine. Awesome. All right, get rid of our temporary foundations. And I think this is actually only Mark 3. Oh, we didn't need it to be Mark 5. Right. Eventually I'm gonna find, yep, Mark 3. All right, so you plug into there and then change you to Mark 3. It doesn't even need to be a Mark 3 at that point, but all right. And then from here, ooh, it's kind of ugly, but I think that's the right spot. All right, so let's run the top belt. Never fails. Got to do that at least once. Just plug it into the completely wrong port. Probably help if I wasn't at such a bad angle. Alright, so switch back to 5. And let's run the copper through here. And should be making quick wire. Awesome. Let's see. All right. Let's see those overclock lights. Perfect. All right. I have no idea if that's actually, if there's issues or not, because it's impossible to tell. This is going to be the not fun part. Is building up the 2800. No, 3000. Ugh. Well, we'll figure that out when I need to, which is probably pretty soon, but damn it, which is right now. Shoot. Both of these need quick wire. Oh, I was hoping I could avoid it for another couple machines. All right. So AI limiters use up most of it. Only a little bit need to go that way. Yep. I should have known better. 257.14 need to go to the other, which is just not a number that works out great. Okay. Oh, I'll just have to use a smart splitter on one of them, I think. So most of these are putting out at 225, so that's, I'm only gonna be able to fit 3, right? Yeah. So I can fit 675 on a belt. The easiest. Yeah, that's probably just the easiest thing to do is just get them grouped in 3s. So that would be you do, and then skip that one, and then do these ones. Skip that one, do these ones, and then we've got just the last bits. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do this. And then just use some smart splitters, I think. Or are these ones like 193 each? Well, wait, nope, that's the wrong one. So you face that way. You face this way. And that was so not even close. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't merge. Oh, wait. That's... Oh, it is another output. Oh, man. I thought I was about to merge those onto... like... an input belt. It's just such a pain. Alright, so at least that's... You know what? Let me... save myself a little bit of headache here. So this is 193 times 2, 386. I just didn't want to... Alright, so at least I have it written down somewhere. Alright. Actually, that kind of interferes with how that can come out. So let's do that differently. So let's do it facing in and you facing this way. There we go. Now I can drop down the lift or something if I want. A little bit easier. Cool. All right, so 386 isn't enough for those computers, right? I needed... It wasn't computers. Circuit boards? Which step am I on here? Circuit boards. Oh, actually, they need 285. Oh, that's perfect. So yeah, I can just use this one. 386 is Mark 4. So the question is, do I want to run it on the roof or should I put it on the ground? How many do these take? 250. Why did I do this to myself? Oh, I learned this lesson in my other plant, and I... Once again, just like I planned, yeah, the horrible thing is I just used these recipes for... in that electromagnetic control rod factory, and I realized, like, what I should have done, and I went back and I fixed a whole bunch of stuff, and then I just immediately forgot about it when I started doing this factory. Because these need 250, but the most I can make is the 225. So really what the best thing to do is underclock these ever so slightly. And I might have enough wiggle room to do that. Oh, that would make my life so much easier. So did it come out to... No, it wasn't 11.5. It was 11.25, right? Yeah. Yeah, see? I still remember. Lesson learned? Heck no. I gotta learn this lesson the hard way at least 5 times before it sinks in to my thick skull. So 11.25 is the ideal number, and I've got 12 of these. Does that give me enough? Yeah, limiters. No, it would make me 5 short. Oh man, so I would need more machines, which is the one spot where I don't really have the ability to add more machines easily. Well, either way, what I should do is I should set... Okay, what's the max? 12.5. So that's 1 1/4. Wait, where did it go? There we go. So I need, yeah, exactly 4. All right, so I guess at least the numbers kind of work out nice. So the last 4. Let's see, copy. Paste, 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 paste. All right, so at least this way it won't be a complete nightmare. This won't be too bad then. So these need 225. Awesome. So that means at least, well, is this... I guess what I guess... Oh, no, I'll keep the rows even. We'll just make the nightmare down here. Yeah. Yep. All right, so that means that the first 3... 1, 2... So the first 3 on both rows can just have one belt just plug straight into them. Bam. Nice and easy. So the bummer is that's as many as it really works. So how do I do this now? All right, so let's route some of these. So you, guess I can have it face this way. Go straight in that way. And this one, wait a second. Oh yeah, because I flip-flopped them. That actually works out really nice. Okay, so let's run this one back. So where, let's see. Actually I should go with the far one first. Those ones can run on the inside. Wait, is it there? Oh, it is. Okay, so line it up. Back 2. There we go. And then this, let's just set up. So this, yeah, we'll do it like that. All right, so needs to be right here. Perfect. Awesome. Well, that's the easy part. So now I gotta figure out the rest of this. So 225, 250, 250. So that's 725. So I need 725 for each side, and we've got oh yeah, 675, 675, and then the extra little bit. Is that right? Oh yeah, which is about 100. So yeah, that all checks out. Okay. So in theory, that's exactly how I want to start this. In theory, this should work. So the plan is gonna be, I think, running this along the ceiling is just gonna be the easiest. Ooh, it's not quite that close. Let's just go down the middle of this foundation. And let's just use up all this space in the middle here. 1, 2. Alright, let's run this all the way down, and then we're gonna add a smart splitter somewhere. So, oh, of course I set it to be the bottom one. Why did I do that? That's inconvenient. Did I think I was going to be able to run it straight through? Or was I just not thinking at all? Because it makes, oh man, well it makes sense for these top ones. Because I think that's copper. Yeah, in theory, famous last words. Well, it makes sense for the copper, so I'm going to leave it. Just kind of silly. But I feel like... So it's got to be on this line. Let's see, where are we? Right there? Alright, so let's... Just to get that in the right spot. You can go there. And then... Okay. All right, there we go. All right, so this is going to come to here. Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah, I just need to drop it down. So I think from here to there. And then yeah, okay. That'll work. Okay, so this is where the theory is gonna kick in here. So what I want to do is add smart splitter probably right about there. And that's gonna drop down iron plates. All right, and then I'm gonna split it. All right, so once this overflows, there should be about 100 left. And this is where the theory is. So I should be able to take the extra, split it. So it should be getting about 50 in each one, which, what did I do? Set that the wrong direction, didn't I? Splitter there. So 50 will go that way, 50 will go that way. not even close. 1, 2. Yeah, that should probably be Mark 5 and not Mark 1. Awesome. And now that actually gives me enough room to bring this all the way to the ground. All right, so that should give me the 725 I need for both of these. In theory. So yeah. If you pointing that way and you. Yeah, we'll also actually face the same way. Oh. No inventory. Probably have a whole bunch of extra cookware, yeah. Alright. Well. Only way to see if this stuff works is to just keep going until everything's plugged up, unfortunately. That is kind of the funny part when you get like in the middle of this. It's kind of like, well, it's not really a great way to test this out until I can get everything to turn on and just let it run. So I guess we just keep going. So far, so good. Let's see. All right, so copper sheets. And I think these also need the copper sheets, right? No, these need plastic. Okay, so I don't know what I was thinking with. That's how I test. Yeah, exactly. I mean, technically, I could build the outputs together and have those run into a sink, and that would be a good way to test, like, in the middle, but I've done lots of calcs in the past, spreadsheets, etc., and I always manage to make a mistake somewhere along the line. I feel that. I feel like I'm so happy every time, like, all of the numbers and everything worked out and I didn't have to go back and change anything. It's a huge victory. I think what I run into is I don't plan that crazy of amount in spreadsheets. Like, I've seen videos where people talk about, like, they have absolutely everything planned out, like how much is going on each line, going from here to there, and all, and like that's too much. Like, I just have like the totals, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I need 3,000 quick wire. I have no clue how I'm gonna split those machines up or how much is gonna end up on each belt until I actually go to do it, which I think is fun. But some people go real crazy in the planning, and that's just too much for me. I can't imagine planning it out in that much detail, especially just because there's so much that, like, it really depends on, like, well, I feel like laying these machines out kind of in this array or this order, can definitely change like how belts are gonna work and all that. That's how I work too. Hey, however people want to play the, and I think that's the great part, right? Is there's just so many different ways to play the game and so much flexibility. I think it's really cool. Like I love to like see speedrunners play the game. I think it's super interesting and like the polar opposite of how I would ever want to play. Like it's so cool to look at, but at the same time it's like I can't deal with all the clipping and that sort of a thing. I don't think I could do it. But I think it's really cool that that option's there. So are these on? They are on the middle of the foundation. So let's just put you right here. I think my spreadsheets have... How much plastic is this? 95. It's Mark II. My spreadsheets have evolved from basically just a place to write the number. It was a glorified notepad that just had different, cells essentially. Because I think the very first time I got to like oil and I wanted to use more than a couple machines, and it's kind of like, oh, I need to write down some of this. This is too many numbers to keep in my head. And then eventually it's kind of like, I guess I could use the spreadsheet to actually do some of these calculations instead of it just being a notepad. And now I plan out a lot of it, but it's usually just kind of like, this is the recipe. Here are the raw numbers. Now go do with it as you please. I played around a bit with speedrunning this game and worked a lot with spreadsheets. Then otherwise, I just use satisfactory calculation. Oh, nice. I've messed around with it a little bit. I haven't used the calculator too much for the actual calculator. I use it a lot for the map. Yeah, speedrunning, I find it just so interesting. Like, I know I could get over the clipping if I was speedrunning, but it's so different. It's such a different way to play the game. And I think that's just really neat when you can have that as just like an entirely different play style. Whereas like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like I really like other games where like I put in, I don't know, 300 hours into Hades, I think, when I stumbled upon that. Maybe even, I think probably even closer to 400. I played it a lot, and I think once I got all the achievements, and I think I got up to, I think the highest I ever did was 32 heat. And then I realized doing higher heat runs probably wasn't what I wanted to do, so I started to try to do speed runs of it, and I had a lot of fun. It was just, I mean, and the game is, you have an in-game clock, so obviously it's almost like built into the game, the speed running side of it. But it's neat. It's so different looking at a game in a speed run mindset. Completely agree. It took me a long time to get into the mind frame of not putting belts at 90 degrees, not clipping. Yeah, I think I would waste so much time because of just so many habits I've ingrained trying to get things to look nice instead of just get it to work as quickly as possible. Okay, so that means, so that's circuit boards. Those are being cranked out. Awesome. So AI limiters need, oh, the copper sheets. And that all fits on a 700 line. So, oh, and I don't even have to, what did I do over here? I did this. Well, actually that made sense because of where that was going to get plugged in. But over here, We're going for the efficient solution. Instead of adding an extra splitter, I'll just use this splitter. Is that? Yeah, I guess that is the right height, isn't it? So if I angle that one that way. Oh, actually, no. Then are these gonna work out? Ooh. Is this gonna make a nice little S, or is this just not? Oh, it's too long to work. Dang it. Just barely. Like trains going through the refineries. It's satisfactory. Absolutely. No, I totally agree. That's one of like, I did that with like my first power plant. I designed it so that the train line could go through the middle of all of the refineries. And I just think it's so neat. So this is an awkward height, isn't it? Because I built it off the roof. So this is going to come right in between both of them, isn't it? Wait. No, yep, that's not right. And then neither is that. Yep. We're in the middle. So is it 1? I think it's just 1 meter. And now I've forgotten where exactly that goes. Alright, so from here. It is there. Okay. So let's see. So that should be the right height. Let's see. Yep. There we go. Awesome. So this way I can grab. Where are those coming from? Copper sheets, copper sheets. 700 copper sheets. Well, you're kind of stuck in there, aren't you? Alright. We'll just do the same thing. 1, 2. Let's just bring it out to here. Alright, how do I want to plug this up? Yeah, running it along the roof is gonna be awkward. So let's. Well, I guess I could run it. So close. Okay, so 1, 2. Oh, that is actually the right spot. All right, so that should, and then split those. Oh yeah. Guess I could add the rest of the builds. All right, well, in theory, this should be working up to these machines. What does it look like up here? So, oh, I have a feeling I forgot a whole bunch of belts. So these are, is it still overflowing the plastic? guess so, although I would have thought it's going really slow. Oh yeah, Mark II. Mark II. Pretty sure that's all I need, right? That's probably just why it's taking so long, because it's Mark II. That's fine. We'll just let it run. Okay. And then I'll figure out if there's another issue later. These, on the other hand, I know for sure I just didn't hook up the belts. Alright, I'll overflow eventually. Let's see. So, what is the next step here? Alright, so there should be AI limiters and circuit boards. So, the last two rooms. Oh yeah, this one we're not going to be able to do until we make the radio control units. And, oh yeah, the computers I can't make until I make the crystal oscillators. I've set this factory up so wrong. But it's okay. It's okay. Alright, so that's actually all I can really do for this floor. Let's see. This isn't. Oh. Well, how did I want to merge this together? Alright, maybe I will actually. It's. Oh, wait. No, this is only for the part that's going up. I forgot. I'm confusing myself. This is fine the way it's set up. Okay, so yeah, that's what I got to figure out next. So let's figure out how tall did we want this room. Thankfully, it's all assemblers and they're all pretty short, but I don't want to make it too short. Let's see, do I want... Like, if the roof were at this level, would that be... Let's... Oh. These don't really snap to the edge as well as I was hoping. Alright, so just for an example, let's see. That's... Yeah, that's a good height for a roof. For the assemblers, I think. Alright, let's go with that. That'll be tall enough. Alright, so that would be... 5 from the ground, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that height. Okay, so I actually need to go up one more. Get those two placed there. And now this is my favorite part, where I just burn through 10,000 concrete as quick as humanly possible. So I'm gonna go with my 16-meter logistics, because I've learned that it just really sucks when you run out of room. And what's an extra foundation and height for your logistics floor? It makes it about as tall as all my other floors. But man, it makes life so much easier. I really don't need this much space. I probably could have done a 12-meter just fine. But like I said, at this point, I just like to give myself more space than I need because it's such a headache running out. But now I can layer both the logistics floor and the next floor all at once with one blueprint. And boy, oh boy, can you burn through concrete like this. Actually, it's easier if I'm not doing it from the middle of it, I think. Time for more concrete. Whee! Alright, I guess we should double check, make sure that height is good. Yeah, I think that's a good height. Let's just get rid of some extra stuff. Just throw away the tiny bits. I'll get more. And grab all the concrete I can. Uh-oh. I clicked, but I don't know if it actually registered. That is the problem with going too fast with the blueprints sometimes, is every once in a while I somehow put like an entire refinery, or I do it a lot with the fuel generators when I'm setting up a power plant and trying to go way too fast. And then all of a sudden like an entire fuel gen ends up like underneath my factory. But that's probably just an issue with me using so many blueprints that they just have so many things to snap to in blueprint mode that it gets a little confusing. Oh. I guess these weren't in whole square foundations. Just add those last bits a little manually. More concrete. There we go. And I'm almost decimated that container that was practically completely full. And that's the reason why almost all the items that I'm making in that little mini mega factory, I make like 2 a piece of the late game things like turbo motors and supercomputers. I make a whole 2 a minute of those. Like iron plates, iron rods, steel, I make 50 a minute of all of those. But concrete, we make 250 a minute because it's so easy to just absolutely decimate my entire supply. And it's just such a bummer when you're trying to build a project and then it's kind of like, oh, I'm waiting for concrete. And if you're waiting for concrete, it doesn't matter how much you make, you don't make enough. So I make 250 a minute and I have 3 of the industrial storage bins as a buffer between it and the drone port. So I shouldn't run into issues of me running completely dry of concrete. Shouldn't. Maybe one day when I go to build the nuclear power plant, maybe 10 minutes later it runs dry. Yeah, that would be my luck. It would be my luck with, like, was it like the streamer's curse? It's like streamers and announcers. It's always that curse of, like, the minute you say something, like, it just screws it all up, you know? It's like, oh, they're gonna get a shutout. Lets up a goal 2 seconds later. It's like, yeah, that's why you don't say anything. You jinxed it. Do we have any goodies? Oh, Swampy brought me sulfur. Where? And you brought me coal. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Okay. So I think I love to build giant cubes. Man, one of these days I'll figure out how to not build in a huge cube. It is so hard. I give everybody so much credit for being able to design a cool looking factory and then put all the machines inside. I can't get my brain to work that way, with very few exceptions. I made a big circle building for all my batteries or power storage. It's not that tall, but I think that's like the only circular building I've built in my entire world, is that one right there that just has 3 floors of power storage. And it still irks me a little that only 97 fit on one floor. I couldn't figure out how to squeeze in 3 more to make it an even 100, but oh well. All right, so we got our next floor. So now I got to figure out what things are going up here and how. So let's see. So some of these things, yes. Wrong hotbar. There we go. All right, so you and you just keep going. So we've got 700. And both? Is that right? I guess so. Okay. And then, let's see, how many do I need? So, this is probably going to take a few spots, isn't it? Save. There we go. Okay, so in no particular order, I need 800 aluminum casing, so that would be 2 lifts. I need what? Oh, yeah, this is funny. So okay, so the 2 for the aluminum casing. I'm also going to need to, let's see, I need crystal oscillators down here. So crystal oscillators are gonna have to come down, so that's 1 more lift. I also need to send up we got the quartz crystal. There's 980 rubber, so that's 2. And I'm already running out of space, so I'm gonna have to redo these things. What else do I need up there? Is that it? No, I need the AI limiters. At least the circuit boards stay down here. Okay, so it's just one. I just gotta fix one of these. Assuming I don't have any more. That I need to add. Alright, so just to make life easier, we'll just delete that for right now. Yeah, I'll fix that later. Okay, so let's start getting some of this plugged up then. So the aluminum sheets, wait, sheets, no, casings, right? Yeah. That's right, of course, I'm making 800. So that should. So these are making. I thought I was making an even number. Yeah. Well, that doesn't work out. I should have let it do the math for me because I based this off that number when it should have been based off this number. I'm glad I caught that. All right, so 281.25. So I need 800. I'm making 2 of them are making. I already forgot. Was it 180? No, it can't be 181. Oh man, I already forgot. 281? 281.25. 281.25. 281.25. So you should be making 112.5. Okay, that makes way more sense. Which is, oh, exactly 100%. Or is it? Do I not have? Now I'm second guessing it. Is it because I don't have enough power shards? Because that would make way more sense. Yeah, okay. All right. I was like, wow, that's way too convenient that it ended up being exactly 100%. Yeah, no. Okay. This is all making way more sense. So, since I have to... So what I think I'm gonna do is we're gonna delete both of these here. Let's get rid of this. And I'm going to add a splitter instead of the merger. So that way I can split this in half. And it'll create 2 400 lines. Oh, Mark 1. That's not gonna work. I was today years old when Moo taught me I can do calculations within a building for overclocking. It's amazing, isn't it? When I saw somebody do that in a video, I was like, oh, yes. That's great. Oh, and this is that blueprint that I just left a random wall mountain. Please tell me that's the only one. I took it out after that, right? Oh, good. Oh, so if you're ever needing to figure out for overclocking, like how much you need, you can do the calculations in here. So just so I don't have to mess that up, I'll place one down here and show you. So if you place a constructor, iron plates, load it up with your power shards first. And then I can do, 800 minus 4 times 200, or whatever. And then it'll, yeah, clearly I did that well. But yeah, you can do it in here. And it's super helpful. There's all those little things in this game that they don't ever tell you about. And I think it's funny that like this right here, it's right here, but man, does anybody ever read this until maybe a few hundred hours? You're like, oh, actually, I didn't even know that I could add with the right mouse button. Oh, wait, no, wait, what? I don't think I've ever right clicked on it from here. Have I? Maybe I have. I always just use the plus thing though. Yeah, they have so many of those tooltips in the game, but they blend in with the same colors and everything that every once in a while I'll actually read them and be like, oh, that is actually listed in the game. Now I can't remember what I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna split you, which probably means Mark 3. Mark 3. Okay, so let's use our handy dandy lifts. So we might as well. Wait, what am I doing? I don't need a lift here. Oh, I was merging them that way. Oh, man. Well, I guess I need to actually go the other way. Because I'm not surprised. I think when I was first designing that blueprint, I thought that I was actually going to fit these machines on one floor. Silly me. Almost like they did too good of a job at the game. Yeah, that is kind of what it feels like sometimes. Let's see, merger. See, place. That's right. You can't be naked. Yeah, I guess you can't, huh? Your pioneer is stuck in their suit. I'm curious what kind of story we're gonna get with I know we won't get it till 1.0. And to be honest, for me, the game it's much more about the actual gameplay. Like I feel bad. I've played games where it was very much about the story, and I just was like, that's cool, but it's just kind of like a secondary bonus for me. Like I don't like super story heavy games. Aren't my cup of tea, put it that way. Because these only Navy Mark 3, huh? Because I can play this for hours and there's like no story. I'm playing Cyberpunk right now, and guess what? I'm naked. I didn't even know that I'm naked. I don't really care about the story, but I'm looking forward to it, if that makes sense. No, I'm exactly the same way. It's the story won't make or break the game. It's way more about the actual game design. But is this how I want to do this? Yeah, I think so. But I am just super curious, like, what the story is going to be now that I've played the game so much. That, and I mean, I think part of it is that I know it's not going to be just the story that we get, because, like, they've mentioned teleporting or teleportation. Because I don't think you can actually, during the Fixmas event, you can actually look up, like, the superposition oscillator, I think, because, or you get one so you can read the description. But yeah, the superposition oscillator and the quantum computer, I want to say, are like the two items that show up in the Fixmas, but aren't officially in the game, and their descriptions kind of sound like they'll have teleportation in some sort. And so I'm like super curious, because it would be the story and content, new things to build. So I think let's just drop it down one there. And I mean, I guess that how should I say this? I've heard that it is my contractual obligation to pick up all these summer sloops and Mercer spheres. I kind of want to know what the hell they do. So can it make the right turn there? So can you go from here to there? No. One farther? Well, I hope update 8 works for you. I'm sure that would be. Why are these supposed to be? That one's supposed to be Mark 4. This one's supposed to be Mark 5. It's a really fun game to play multiplayer. My housemates, I nerded out about this game enough that they finally bit the bullet and they tried it, and it was like most people that like the game. So they're a married couple, and she has a PhD, so she's pretty smart. And so when she likes to super nerd out about these sorts of things, and then so like the next morning when I talked to her, she's like, "So I tried Satisfactory and I stayed up till 6 a.m." Like, yep, that sounds about right. But we played for a while on a save together, and it was a lot of fun. I really liked the multiplayer aspect. It was neat. Oh, it's amazing how much more you can accomplish in the same amount of time with more people. About a year ago, I stopped picking them up. I'll just wait for 1.0. Oh, the objects and stuff. Yeah, I leave them a lot. Every once in a while, if I'm building like right on top of one and I can't take the messaging anymore, that's when I pick it up. But other than that, I just leave them. I hate building boxes. I rather just pipe refineries. But it's about time for boxes to be built. I still remember the alpha test weekend. I didn't sleep much. Oh yeah, I did the same thing when I finally got the game. I'm pretty sure I stayed up till like 6 a.m, and it was on a weekend, and so like I put in just a dumb amount of hours in one weekend to the game. It's really easy to do. Which is, I think what caught me off guard is I had never really played any other factory game. Like, I know, obviously, the big one is Factorio, and I still have yet to try it. Like, I'm sure, just because I like the factory aspect, I'm sure I'll put a dumb amount of hours into it. But I have to say, I know it's the people that really love Factorio, the reason they don't like Satisfactory is because it's in first person and they have a really hard time building. Like if you're very much you like the factory aspect, it makes sense. The top down and like the way that's all laid out is just easier to build just straight up factories. But I just really, really like being able to customize and build completely useless windows and put lights in and make it all look cool. For me, I never got into Minecraft. Like when it was first, like really, like I think I actually played Minecraft while it was in beta. Like I distinctly remember playing it and then not playing it for like over a decade, and then somebody wanting me to play, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll download it. And then I was just like, wait, you have to buy Minecraft? I thought it was free. And I was just like, oh shit, the last time I played it was free. I haven't played in a very long time. And for me, like I like the flexibility of Minecraft and the fact that you can do so much, but at the same time, I don't know. I was never like really sold on the. It seems weird to say, but I think it's the graphics that do it for me. Like I'm not super crazy with it being super blocky. And so I think when I found this game, I was like, this is actually what I wanted Minecraft to be all along. From just what I like to see and play. So this hopefully should work now. So I think I only need Mark IV. That looks funny. It looks really funny. I've never put two lifts together like that I've ever actually looked at. I'm sure I've done it before. I just didn't know that they like blended together so smoothly right in the middle. Huh. That's interesting. Factorio is a great but very different. Yeah. Same for me. Minecraft blockiness. My daughters have played a butt ton of Minecraft and I've never gotten into it. Yeah, it's funny because I was watching a random person stream and they don't do factory games or anything, and that's actually, they talked about, they're like, oh, this is the reason I don't really like factory games, is I like that Minecraft, instead of, you know, okay, you have a machine and, you know, lifts and mine carts and all this sort of stuff, and like those are your base building pieces. But she really liked the fact that with Minecraft, it's kind of like you construct even the base pieces for everything else, and so it gives you even more flexibility, which I can appreciate. Like the fact that you can create like a working computer inside Minecraft, I think is cool. I think that's really awesome, and the fact that people do it, it blows my mind. Like I can't wrap my head around some of that stuff, or most of that stuff, but holy cow, it's neat. But yeah, just not for me. Off to bed, John. Very cool. Well, have a wonderful night. Thanks for coming by. Really, really appreciate it. Always fun to hang out with you all. But yeah, I'm sure it's getting a little late for you. So this one is gonna go into here. Wait, this only needs to be marked 4. Did I not? I thought I switched that the other way. The parting fart. It's what everybody wishes for right before bed. Well, have a wonderful night, and thanks again for coming by. Really appreciate it. Always fun to chat with you both. Okay, so I think I've gotten... Did I get that split up? Yeah. Okay, so that's split up. That's headed up there. So this one needs to be marked 4. Better than in bed. That is true. Okay, so that should be all 800. Getting ready to be sent upstairs. Thank you for the stream. Oh, thank you for coming by. Bye. So what else needs to go? I listed everything and placed all these, and now I'm like, so what goes where? Well, I know. Yeah, this is where order starts to kind of go a little bit out of the window. First time I ever explained what a Dutch oven was to my wife, she pointed to it, gave me, if you ever. That's pretty great. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I learned what, a Dutch oven was very early because as a kid, I did Boy Scouts for a long time, and you use legitimate Dutch ovens when you cook, and so, you're hanging out with a whole bunch of boys, so there's like no way that doesn't come up, I feel. So yes, I'm familiar, but I don't blame most women for not knowing what that is. It does feel like a very guy thing to know. So let's... Alright, so I already forgot. So crystal oscillators need to come down. What else needs to go up though? So we got the casings. Crystal oscillators will already be up there. Oh, the computers that I can't make yet. That's right. This is where everything's going to start getting complicated because I need to send things up and down the different floors. It's so rare that you need to make things in a manufacturer and then the next step is like a downgrade into an assembler. But that is what I've done. How many computers? I'm making a whopping 25. So let's just add that one there. And I can't make them yet. I can figure out where the belt needs to go. Ooh. Okay, so we need to come through here. Well, it'll fit through here. I did kind of create a really narrow little passage to fit, but it'll fit. Let's work backwards a little bit here. Okay, so if I bring it to this line of the foundations, so if I want to run it straight on it. Nope. That's right. One more. Alright, so now we can run this. Oh. Yeah, I can just run it along this the whole way. I forgot that it was going to be above the frame foundation. No, it's not a frame foundation. What are these? Frame floor. No. No wonder I didn't remember. It's the only thing that probably has floor in the name of it, isn't it? Like nothing else is called floor in this game. Oh no. Floor hole, floor hole. I'm dumb. I guess it's just interesting that some things are floor and some are ceiling, even though they're basically the same thing. What am I thinking of? Oh, like the wall mounts. They all function the same, essentially. Okay, so that should be... Alright, so that's the computers. Those are going to a drone port for the final product, so I don't need to worry about that. These are the AI limiters, right? Yeah. Okay, so these ones... AI limiters, we're making 140. And they're all going into the crystal oscillators. Never thought about that, but it's true. Yeah, the naming conventions of some of the things are a little funny sometimes. But I can't really blame them. It seems like, and this is the ignorant American coming out, because I really just don't know. It seems like a lot of countries, like, now it's Sweden, right? Where's Coffee Stain? Even though, obviously, Swedish is going to be what most people speak, I think. Like, English is... Like, I wouldn't say a given, but like, I feel like a lot of people are gonna speak English, and so I guess you don't run into as many translation things that would be weird, because like it's almost like they're all native, not native, but like it's a secondary language for so many of them, I'm gonna guess. But I always kind of wonder when it's not the native language of most of the people working on it. You do see funny translations every once in a while, I'm sure. But I'm gonna guess that's not so much the case for Coffee Stain. Everyone that I've ever seen on like a stream or a clip, and some of them speak probably better English than I do. Which really, it is setting the bar kind of low, probably. But oh, that's right. All the rubber needs to go upstairs. That's right. Okay, those are the fused frames. Crystal. Okay. All right. So I do need the rubber to get plugged into 2 of those, and then yeah, one of them is these AI limiters. Okay. So yeah, that's about it. Nice. So let's. Nice. Wait, which way did I have? Oh, I pointed them all this way. Why did I do that? I mean, I guess it made sense. And a lot of times translations are dependent on a single person, I think. So completely open to their individual interpretation. Like I said, probably not the case with coffee stain. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And yeah, translations can be so weird. It's pretty amazing that as humans, we have invented an insane amount of languages, in my opinion. Especially when you go through over the years and how many dead languages there are that no one knows how to speak and barely knows how to read. How did we come up with so many? That's kind of annoying. It'd be so much easier if there were way fewer and we could communicate better. But no. Okay, so what's the easiest way to get? I wanted to run him like straight behind here, but that's probably that's not a good way to get those in there. I kind of want to just use these next two for the rubber. So if I did that, I think last time humanity tried that, it didn't go so well. Oh, everybody speaking the same language? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but I know that there's been attempts at being like, this is going to be a new language and it's going to be like much more universal, right? Like, I'm pretty sure people have tried that, and it's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember what language it was. But yeah. I mean, really, we need like a real-time, really, really good Google Translate, and then it just won't matter, right? But I guess that's probably scary in itself. So is this gonna work the way I think it is? So you go there. Do you clip onto the roof here? Oh, you do. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, well. So the spacing doesn't quite work out. But if I do that, that's a little bit weird. I'm sure we'll see more attempts in the future. Yeah, they have that earpiece that does that already, real-time translate. Really? I guess I'm not surprised. I hadn't. I hadn't heard of it, but yeah, it's I guess not really that surprising. But it's one of those things, like, it feels like we have the technology. Oh wait, I should just do that. Wow, that's really cool. I wonder if I'll have to look up, like, I wonder if they have videos of people just having a full-on conversation in 2 different languages. That's just so cool. Will it reach the whole way? Let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna do. Oh, what did I select? No, maybe not. Wait, well. Yep. No. I'm a sucker for straight lines. So instead, let's do this. So up 1. Is that? All right. Okay, so that would be that. So I think it's just the one spot higher, right? No, it is 2. Duh, because I'm using the lifting. Or the stackable conveyor pole. Those only go in 2 meter increments. So here, 1, 2. Oh, dang it. Oh. We can make this work. Even though this is a logistic floor and no one is going to see this. What is this, asphalt? It is. But I still just don't like it. Exactly, it's unacceptable. So instead, we'll end for some reason, this is better to me. At least on the outside, you can't see any. No difference. But I'll know. Exactly. Exactly. When completely random thing like that, it makes all the difference. Oh, that makes sense. All right, so did I accidentally made those Mark IV? I think. Why? Did I really think 480 was enough for 500? I don't know why I do this to myself sometimes. I think it's because I like to use the correct speed built for whatever's on it instead of just using Mark V for everything. And then that leads me to misclicking when I spamming E to get a different belt speed. Every once in a while you get the wrong one. If that's not, oh no, that's not clipping. Perfect. Okay, so Mark V, Mark V. Awesome. So the only other one is the AI limiters, which I have going in that direction. So I may as well just keep them going that way and then bring them back this. Wait a second. Have I already ran out of, I ran out of spots and shoot. But I already know the crystal oscillators need to come back down from up there. Oh, and so do the radio control units. So I need 2 more. Well, isn't that special? All right, well, I guess I'll figure out where to put those. I'll add those on. So this is what, 140? 140. So of course, just more. Well, the nice thing is I've left. Let's make sure. Yeah. Left the whole like middle space for most of this factory completely open, so I can run this anywhere I want pretty much at this height. Wait a second. These are all facing the wrong way. I wasn't paying attention to the direction I picked for the lift. I don't know how many times I've done that. So you need to go that way. And then all the belts connecting to it are now facing the wrong way. So, autosave. Okay, so where? That's right. This is where they're coming out, right? Let's double check. Yeah, limiters. So yeah, these ones right here. All right, yeah, we'll just keep them going this way. So this doesn't need to be a Mark III. That one definitely doesn't. So if we go that way and this way, nice right angles, perfect. And then from here, yeah, let's just go back that way. All right, so 1, 2. Oh, nice. So if I bring it to right here, well, oh, I placed that one. Yep. 1 meter in the wrong direction. All right, so there and to there. Cool. All right, so that's all the things going up that need to go up, but unfortunately, I need the what is it? Computers? No. Crystal oscillators, radio control units. That's right. Those need to come back down here. So I don't actually. What is radioactive around here? I don't even know. It must be a random rock or something, isn't there? Oh, it's right here. Why did I not see those? Okay, so can't go that way. So really my only option to add more would be going this way if I want to keep the spacing all the same, which I do. So it would just be weird. Oh, do I? Ah, I guess I do have to make the entire thing bigger now. Oh, fine. Okay, so or man, because then there's just gonna be open space, and it was so nicely spaced out for this level. Well, I guess, yeah, we'll just add to here. Oh, wait a second. Wait, no, that's not what I did. Those were all walls. That's why this was like that. Okay. So let's... Oh, that's definitely the wrong color now. So I need 2 more. So let's get rid of both of those. It's always that weird clipping if you have a wall in between 2 foundations. Well, isn't that a weird spot then? If I'm gonna do that, I might as well just take it all the way to the corner. Well, and now I have 1 extra space in case I forgot something else that I need to lift up or down. Okay. Let's change this. So it doesn't drive me nuts that they're all different. Okay. So might as well add those in there. So wait, why did I think I needed to add a third one? Oh, whatever. Okay, so these are in the worst spot. Yeah, the planning only went so far. 'Cause now these are gonna come back down from the top floor and have to make it like all the way over there. Or wait, am I looking at this wrong? Wait, no, yeah, the radio control units need to come down. Oh yeah, and oh, it's not all, it's just some of the crystal oscillators for the computers. Okay. Oh, I'm making way more. That's right. Because some of those are going to go to like space elevator. I don't know. This is where I just have to cross my fingers that most of the things in my spreadsheet are right. So, yeah. Crystal oscillators and radio control units. That's all that's being made up there, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't need to figure out that quite yet then. So let's... Alright, so this is where I'm just gonna have to cross my fingers that I actually get these things. Just fly. There we go. Alright, so I think... Come on, there we go. The most tedious way is going to be, so copy this. And we're just going to do these, oh boy, one by one and label them so that it's just a little bit organized. It's nice when I don't have to chase things all the way back to their start to try to figure out how much is on this belt. Okay, so crystal oscillators. Although that's exactly what I'm about to do. All right, what's on this belt? So this is gonna be, is it a Mark 1? It is. So this is the computers, right? Crystal computers, I am making 25. All right, I can just label that up here. Actually, wait, let's see. We'll paste it. So computers. $25. Okay. So that also means that this just needs to be Mark 1. All right, next one. So this one is Oh, that confused me so much because it's like, wait, what? All right, so both of the rubber should be 500 on each line, right? Yeah. All right, so it's you and you are both rubber. And 500 a minute. Copy, paste. So 500 means mark 5. There we go. All right. And what's next? Limiters. Oh yeah. It's easier if I do that. That way I don't have to change the color. Yeah, limiter. Oh, definitely not making 500. 140, let me double check. Yep, 140. All right. What's next? So the casing, and casing for the next two. And that should be 400 on each, I'm pretty sure. Aluminum. Casings. Spreadsheets. Yep. So 400 a minute. Copy and paste. And then that means these are the ones that are going back down, but I don't remember, or I don't know which one's going where. Then I can figure that out later. Okay. That's not bad, not bad. That's for future move. Exactly. Probably not gonna get to quite that far today. I'm starting to get a little hungry. So I think, yeah, this floor pretty much done. So I think instead of starting on the manufacturers, because I just don't want to figure out where those are going quite yet. Well, let's do a little decorating on this floor. Knock some of this out. Let's see if we can figure out. So let's see. So I'll probably do like a door in each corner. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So question is, what do I want to use for the material? So let's fix it. What if, let's see. I actually kind of like the black border. It blends in so well with the window. Although I could probably just paint that whole thing black, and wow, it really blends in. I think the concrete's the only one that would stand out. I think I might like the steel better, but we'll see. Let's see. Oh, wrong direction. Let's see. So do I put these on each corner for these ones? All of these middle ones? Probably. So this looks really funny with just like a bunch of random doors and no walls anywhere. Let's see, so that one would be there. Oh, a whole bunch of random doors. Nice. I like it. So, actually, let's just finish one full. Okay, so there, and then let's get this road done and do the walls and see what a full room would look like. Oh. Silica, the material I use like so little of, and then gigantic amounts all at once. Because that's really kind of the case with a whole bunch of things. I think the one that's the most true with is stators. It's the only thing you need stators for with your actual build gun is power storage. So it's 5. All right. Well, I want to see if I can make this just a little bit quicker and faster and easier on myself. So if I did, whoops, that should be 5. All right, so I'm just gonna do, I'm using concrete walls, right? Yeah, because later, eventually, I'm sure I'll be able to this name is not going to make any sense to me in the future. So we can put it in rando. That's fine. Alright, so at least now should... Oh yeah, I didn't even give it a... Oh man. Scrolling through hotbars. Whatever. Alright. So now... Just... Nice and easy. One foundation at a time. Nice and flexible. Oh. So I should have... Wait a second. Oh, because I had the... That's right. do I want it to stick out that half bit? It did look kind of nice. Kind of like the depth it gave. But let's see. Once this autosave finishes finally, maybe. I am definitely just talking to myself for quite a while. Thank you, 2-meter match. Yep. Yep. I do like the walls. Let's see, what did I just say? Oh, Yeah, I think since the autosave, that's pretty funny. So I learned this from Flexo. He's got just such a man. He must be getting tired. Yeah, we're getting there, but no, I the funniest part is my entire microphone lights up when it's on, and so when I mute it, it's usually pretty obvious because the entire thing isn't glowing different RGB colors, and somehow I still manage to miss it sometimes. Normally I notice, but yeah, I guess we're getting to that part of this stream. It's like, oh, just a little tired. But yeah, I stole these from Flexo. He uses concrete pillars, or maybe just pillars in general, for walls a lot, because for him it gives him you're probably wondering why I like just randomly cut out a hole in my wall, and it was me talking about Flexo and how it gives him flexibility to create like different holes in walls, and for him it's usually putting signs and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's why I randomly cut a hole in the wall. I was wondering about exactly that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It would have looked so random with just no talking. That's so funny. But yeah, he uses it to be able to create, holes for signs or different things. And like, I thought it was really cool. So he uses this to much better effect than I do. But I just get tired of the same 3 wall options. Like they all they all have their like advantages, and like I like the looks for some of them for certain things, but like the like I probably use the concrete walls the most, just because I think they're like, I don't know, the smoothest looking. Like the fix-it walls, I just don't like the little black notches that are right there, and I don't even, what do they change to? Oh, yeah, they're still visible when it's an all black wall, and like, I don't know, when you have just so many of them, it's a weird pattern. Like it's too busy. And then I feel the same way about the steel walls. Like I really like them when I only use like 1 or 2 at a time as like a stripe somewhere. But like if I make an entire wall that, I don't really like the pattern most of the time. I think it's just not the look I'm going for. I pretty much used concrete. Like so many of my buildings are just concrete walls. And so yeah, it's nice to switch it up. I am really hoping that we do get a couple more of the cosmetic things somewhere later on down the road, just to give us a few more options. I really wouldn't be surprised. The half walls would be great. I would honestly, one of the things, like, I know that gets brought up a lot for Coffee Stain, but being able to place wall holes the same way you can place the pipeline holes would just be so cool, instead of having to use these, just because like this is such a drastic difference in the amount of materials you can transport. I guess 1 wall isn't going to be a good example. 2 walls is a good example. There we go. Because I think it really kind of... Well, I do know why. It's because walls are only half as tall as they are wide. But you can just fit basically 50% more. Yeah. And I would love that so much if we could add belts wherever. Being able, just those 3 spots right there. Like, how cool would that be if you could fit 9 belts? Oh, that would probably be way too much. But just being able to place them anywhere, I think would be just so cool. And if you go wider, another 50%. Yeah. I usually try to keep it in those like sections of like 9, only because I should have put these in their own category. I made a whole bunch of blueprints for moving whole things of pipes. So I can easily make a right turn with that one. I can make a left turn with this one. I can go up a wall with the wall mounts like this. And then I made just a normal, I think 9 block. Oh yeah, just that. And then that way I just go every like 7 and I place one of these, and then and then you just connect the belts, because when you're moving so many pipes, oh man, it could be so tedious. So I try to find just the quickest ways to save myself a little time. Yeah, that one I'm proud of. That one, it's super simple, easy to make, and it saves time not having to sit there and like manually curve the pipes around and do all that. Yeah, I am all about making things easier, because I'm definitely the type of person that in real life I'm kind of the same way, where like I have no problem admitting I'm lazy and I like to be lazy, but I'm the type of person that laziness led me to try to make anything I do like as efficient as possible, because I don't want to do it for longer than I have to. So the work smart, not hard was one of those things that made a lot of sense to me. I mean, granted, it's usually after doing it the hard way like 10 times in a row and being like, this sucks. Is there a different way I could do this? So, same reason why you're not still handcrafting. Yeah, exactly. It's such a tough battle in the beginning, because there are a number of points in the game where, yeah, like I'll grab like half of an inventory worth of items, and then I'll hit spacebar and then go make myself a sandwich. Not because I don't want to build the factory, it's because I don't want to build the factory like yet, sort of a thing. Like, you unlock heavy modular frames, but you don't have the manufacturer yet. It was always such a kind of like a pain. But usually it's right around there where it's like, I'll need, is it those? I don't remember. It was, I don't know. There was something that I did that with just because it just didn't really make sense to set up a factory yet. But I always hate those. It's just like, feels wrong. It was probably the radio control units, now that I'm thinking about it. I bet you I just handcrafted a bunch of those to make blenders, because it's kind of like, well, I need more power, but I don't want to do, I want to use the blenders because I don't want to use packaged water, but I don't have radio control units set up yet. Yeah, we're just going to handcraft enough to make all the blenders I need. I usually just build 10 factories until I get aluminum and turbo motors so I can have Mark III miners, Mark V belts. Then I could... Man, me and you are definitely on the same page. That's basically what I did. Was I had temporary factories and everything up until I could set up my big one with all the drone ports. Like that whole area, that one. So I guess I could just zoom in a little bit. So that's the factory that makes like everything with all the drones. Right next to it is the battery factory. But in between it was just like filled with a big, like, just a really ugly a whole bunch of temporary factories to make everything up until I could turn on the big factory with aluminum and drones and turbo motors. Because let's see, how do I just don't like I don't mind having to like build a new factory, but it feels gross like building a factory with a bunch of like Mark II or Mark III belts, knowing that like it's nowhere near as efficient as when you finally get Mark V belts and Mark III miners. Like you're just leaving so much product on the table by not building it all the way up. And I don't like having, or not having to. If it's a temporary factory, I totally don't care. But I'm not going to design and I'm not going to put this kind of effort into any factory until it's at the end game. Brother. Yep, I'm right there with you. Right there with you. Like I love Total Eclipse's building style and everything. But it always like it's just the polar opposite of like how I like to play the game. Like I like watching him, like I like his content. So but it's kind of like I always want him to get to the end game because I want to see him actually max out a belt instead of just making steel and whatnot. And it's just because that's always how I am. I'm like, I want to get to the end game. The end game is the most fun. It's when I get to actually build everything. And now I'm just kind of spacing out. So I think we're going to place a couple more windows and then we're going to call it. Because I just haven't done anything for the last I don't know how long. Spending 50 hours on a factory with Mark III belts is not my style. Right there with you. It's pretty much of a... Like, I don't speed run the game, but I am going to try to get to the last phase and Mark III miners pretty much as fast as I can. Like, I'm still going to make things look decent. It's not like I'm just going to be like, I can clip up until then. It still feels wrong. But it is a goal just to kind of get to the end. I agree. Yeah, I feel like we all have very similar kind of methodology. It was a pain until Mark III miners and Mark V built. Yeah. And I think, I grabbed more silica, but I need more steel. I mean, part of it is like that first playthrough. I mean, play it however you want, right? Like, just enjoy the game. But once you've done the first playthrough and you know, like, the amounts that you actually kind of need for some of the things, it feels weird using all the beginning stuff. Like, I know this is not anywhere close to the amount that I need for anything at the end. Tad over halfway done with the nuclear power plant or the layout. That's awesome. I can't remember, where did you say you were doing yours? Is it in the swamp or are you doing it in the desert? Oh, the far north. That's right. Like up past all that oil, right? Always fun watching new players on Twitch spend so much time making a factory perfect when I know it'll just be deleted and replaced. Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah. It's tough when you're really new, I'm sure. Although, like, I guess I gotta give them credit to even trying to make it look nice when they're new, because, whew, I don't think any of my stuff on my first playthrough looked very nice. I'm sure glad I didn't stream any of that. Ugh. Now that became a shit show. And it was always one of those, like, I know I want to fix it, and I've unlocked some cooler cosmetics to make it look better, but, you know, I'll do that later because, I mean, I've got new things to unlock. I've almost got a hover pack. Who cares about my iron plate factory? And then eventually, it almost feels unplayable. Like, oh, this is just a nightmare. It got to the point where I just didn't want to go back to my starting area anymore, and so I was like, I'm just gonna build a new starting factory, and then I'll delete the old one. And that's what I started to do. And eventually, I don't really remember why, but eventually I just was like, I'm just gonna restart this. I think I just never went back to delete anything. So I had a lot of factories making not a ton, but most of the things in the game. And then I made a nuclear power plant because, I mean, why not? I had to. Looks too much fun not to. And then once I finished that, I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to add all the buildings to do the space elevator parts now. Which does seem really weird now that I say that out loud. I really should have just finished it. But I'm kind of glad I started over. Starting over is fun. There's definitely some benefits to it. I know most people would probably say just delete everything. Because having the unlocks, everything unlocked already is really, really nice. I also don't think I knew about Satisfactory Calculator. Or maybe I did, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together that I could have just mass deleted, like, the entire biome that I hated. Because, wow, that probably would have settled everything. Alright, windows look a little weird when there's so many in a row. I don't think I've ever done a factory where it had this many windows like this. They look kind of weird at the... Oh, that's why. It's that, like, awkward... It's a super weird distance. Because it's, like, right at the half of a foundation. Huh. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm probably going to add lights, but I think I'll probably do... I think I'm going to do signs for lights. And this is going to sound really weird, but I actually think signs are way less laggy than lights are now with update 8. Mainly because, oh, I actually think it's this factory. This guy right here, I'm probably gonna have to replace because let me see if I can turn. Is it stat FPS? Yeah. Alright, yeah, I'm rocking a solid, whoa, like 20 FPS right now. Nice. But I'm pretty sure if I turn that light on, I think it's going to tank it even farther. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're down to 10 now with that light on. It's so bad. I'll go back and turn it off. See, I'm not looking at it, and then it'll go right back up. It's this one light, and that's all it takes, is that one single light to be turned on, and it tanks my FPS. But I've got a bunch of signs in here, and these are fine. Well, I mean, it is getting to the point where my frames are kind of shitty, but I have this factory over here which uses way too many floodlights, and it's still not as bad as that one single floodlight. It won't tank my frames as bad, which is wild. But yeah, so this is where the rubber is coming from, which was really mainly built to deal with all the polymer resin. And then I just had this big open spot in the middle of the way that I laid everything out. And so I just filled it up with lights, and then it kind of spiraled out of hand, and I added probably way too many floodlights. But since this entire factory is basically refineries, it felt weird in closing it since they all have smokestacks. So I felt like I should just leave it outside. And I built this cool little enclosure because I just get carried away sometimes for all the water buffer. I think that's so funny that there's like a random gas cloud, even though there's totally no more gas in there, but got stinky water. And all of this water is coming from the lakes up there, so that I didn't have to use pumps. I could just gravity feed this whole thing. But yeah, I think I've made some good progress today. But I think I'm kind of hungry and forgetting what I'm doing. So it's usually a good place to end it, I think. So we'll just save it here, I guess. All right, so let's save the game. And let's see. All right, let's see who should we raid on the way out here? I'm guilty of pretty much mainly lurking in people's chats, so I don't actually talk to very many other people, but we can go visit. I haven't ever talked to him, but I'm sure you all know Constant Conrad, and he's coming up on his 1,000 hours in 365 days, and he's 961 hours down, so he's getting pretty close. So we can go send him some love and luck on hitting his goal. How's that sound? Did I type that on? Does it not autofill? Okay, I think I did it right. Let's see. There we go. It did go through. Perfect. All right. So thank you again, everybody that came by, stopped by, chatted, hung out, just lurked. I really do appreciate all of it. It's a blast playing the game, and having people to hang out with makes it even more fun. So I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their Wednesday, and I'm sure I'll hopefully stream in the next few days. It's kind of random, but usually it's not more than 4 or 5 days between streams. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Send Conrad some love, and I will see you all next time.